Good morning. I'll now call this, see, I'm really close to the mic this time. I'm paying attention. I'll now call this meeting of the California Water Commission to order. But before we go into our meeting business, I do want to acknowledge the devastating wildfires that are happening in the Los Angeles area. And I want to acknowledge the hard work of the first responders and the volunteers. It is uplifting to see that our country still knows how to work together and try to help people, and the number of volunteers that have come forward, including people who have lost their homes, to assist others in this fire. And it's uplifting to see their response to this terrible event. And so we offer our gratitude to everyone who is involved in this immense effort. I'm going to go ahead and give you the opportunity. We have the opportunity here to welcome those participating in today's meeting, and I'm going to take some time to explain the process for submitting public comment on the Commission's agenda items. And this meeting may be viewed in person or virtually. Comments may be submitted in person, online, via Zoom, or by telephone. Instructions on how best to provide comments can now be seen on the screen, and we will also show the screen at the conclusion of each agenda item just before the public comment period opens. We will take comments from tribal leaders first, elected tribal leaders and formally designated representatives of California Native American tribes who want to comment on agenda items will have an opportunity during agenda item 3 to identify themselves and the item or items on which they wish to comment. After hearing from tribal leaders, we will move to public comment, first from those present in person, and then to remote commenters with the order determined by who raises their hand first. We will call on each commenter by name when it is their turn to speak, and for those calling in, we will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. Those wishing to comment in person should fill out a comment card, which is found on the materials table at the entrance, and hand it to Mr. Walters, who Aaron is now waving his hand. Comment cards should be submitted prior to the call for comments on the agenda item to which the comments pertain. For those commenting via Zoom, please raise your hand during the agenda item to which your comment pertains. And for those commenting by phone, please mute your phone upon call-in until prompted by Commission staff. I would like everyone to please state your name for the record before you speak. And unless otherwise specified, the normal 3-minute time limit applies for comments. There will be a timer on the screen, and for those commenting by phone, we will let you know when there are 30 seconds left and when your time is up. Those who continue speaking past their allotted time will eventually be muted. Please note that tribal and public comments are taken prior to Commission discussion of an agenda item, and once we move to Commission discussion, the comment period has closed. We appreciate the time you're taking to participate, and the input of all commenters is important to us, and we thank you for joining us today. We're now going to move on to agenda item 2, which is the roll call. The Commission's Executive Secretary, Kimberly Moliat, will call the roll.
Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Curtin.
Here.
Commissioner Gallagher. Commissioner Mackler.
Here.
Commissioner Matsumoto. Here. Commissioner Molen. Here. Commissioner Solario.
Here.
Commissioner Steiner.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Moliat. So now is the time when commissioners participating remotely need to identify any other people in the room over the age of 18 and the relationship to the commissioner, if any. Remote commissioners do not comment. It is assumed there is, if remote commissioners do not comment and respond to what I just said, it is assumed there is no one else in the room. When it comes time for commission discussion of an item, those commissioners present in the room will have the first opportunity to comment, and I will then turn to those participating remotely. As a reminder, remote participants must be on camera unless it's technologically impracticable due to connection issues. If any commissioners are commissioners will need to agree to Commissioner Moline's. Okay, we're going to move on to item 3. Acknowledgement of California Native American tribal governments. Per the Water Commission's California Native American Tribal Leadership Comment Policy, we would now like to invite any tribal leaders to identify themselves so that the Commission may acknowledge their designation and presence. Tribal leaders or formally designated, do we have anybody who wishes to be recognized?
Allowing a moment for any tribal representatives or leaders that are online to raise their hand. And I am not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
So we would normally then have the tribal leaders or designated representatives identify agenda items on what they want to comment, but since we have none online, we will move on. Is there any public comment on this item?
I have not received any requests for in-person public comment on this item, and once again, I am not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? We'll now move on to agenda item 4, approval of November 2024 meeting minutes. We will be voting to approve the minutes from the Commission's November 2024 meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes from commissioners? No. Is there any comment on this item? We will begin with elected tribal leaders and formally designated representatives, followed by any public commenters.
And I have not received any requests for in-person comment on this item, and I do not see any raised hands on Zoom.
All right, then I will ask if I have a motion to approve the minutes. And a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Curtin, second by Mackler. Ms. Moliat will call the roll.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Curtin? Yes. Commissioner Gallagher? Commissioner Mackler?
Yes.
Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yes.
Commissioner Molen?
Yes.
Commissioner Solario?
Yes.
Commissioner Steiner?
Yes.
Motion passes.
We'll now move on to agenda item 5. And so we would like to say welcome to our executive officer, Laura Jensen. And we will now ask her to make her report on matters since the previous commission meeting. We're delighted to have Laura now be our executive officer here, and we'll let you now go ahead and make some comments.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Steiner. I am very pleased to be here today, serving as your executive officer and providing my first executive officer's report. I want to start out on a little bit of a somber note, but also hopefully provide some information. I want to reiterate Commissioner Steiner's remarks on the Los Angeles area fires. We are in the midst of a tragedy of lost lives and lost homes and lost communities, and the tragedy is acute and very much still ongoing. My heart goes out to the commissioners who are impacted by this fire, the fires, and the people and communities suffering from the impacts. I am immensely heartened by the first responders, including firefighters, who are working to save and protect communities, and by the community members themselves who are helping and supporting one another. In this time of catastrophe, they've been called to service, and I think the only words are thank you and thank you and thank you. The fire threat is still high in Southern California, and our hearts are very much with those in Los Angeles. So while the Commission is not directly engaged in firefighting efforts, The water issues that we take up are very much linked to wildfire issues. In fact, in April of 2023, as part of our work on the drought white paper, we heard from an expert panel on wildfire and forest management. Right now, unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation that's circulating, particularly about these fires and their intersection with water management. So I want to provide a few factual updates in this forum. First, climate change is exacerbating California's naturally variable weather. We know this. The wets are getting wetter and the dries are getting drier. And that created these current extraordinary circumstances that we are seeing in Los Angeles of unusually thick vegetation due to wet weather and extremely dry conditions in a winter month. We've added to that intense winds, and we've got fires in Los Angeles that are unprecedented in their scale and in their impact. I want to note that generally, urban water systems are built for structure fires and fire suppression, not hurricane-force firestorms. So there were reports that some fire hydrants in the vicinity of the Palisades fire went dry or lost pressure as local water supply tanks, which had been filled in advance of the fire, were exhausted. Governor Newsom has called for an independent investigation into the loss of water pressure to local fire hydrants and the reported unavailability of water supplies from the Santa Ynez Reservoir near the Palisades fire. He's called on local officials at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and Los Angeles County to swiftly prepare a comprehensive report looking at those issues, and state fire officials will also prepare an independent after-incident report. Misinformation has also spread that tries to connect California's statewide water management to the pressure at local fire hydrants, but there is no water shortage in Southern California right now. So, for example, Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, which serves 19 million people and mostly with imported water, has an abundance of water. Their interim general manager, Devin Upadhyay, stated last week that they have a record 3.8 million acre-feet of water in storage. That's enough to serve 40 million people for a year. So this is an unprecedented wildfire. The system was overwhelmed due to the demands placed on it. There is an opportunity to learn from the situation, but I think we can also recognize the risk and the complexity and acknowledge that water managers are working diligently and in the public's interests every day to manage water supplies for Californians. The governor has also declared a state of emergency that's allowing additional resources to go to the areas that are impacted by these fires. He's released a series of executive orders. The executive orders are focused on the immediate need to surge personnel and resources and continue to combat the fires. He is also sending resources down there to mitigate the risks of floods and mudslides and debris flows in the burn scar areas that are created by the fires. The executive orders also position impacted communities to recover quickly from the fires by prioritizing the safe reopening of schools and suspending permitting for faster rebuilding in burn areas. Outside of this relatively short update, the Commission is not the go-to for information about the Los Angeles area fires. So I would encourage those who want more information to go to www.ca.gov/LA fires. And I just want to close on this subject by saying that residents in the Los Angeles area are unfortunately joining many Californians across the state who have been impacted by wildfires. It's never easy to bear the heavy burden of fear and tremendous loss that comes with wildfires. So from the Caldor fire to the Eaton fire, my thoughts go out to those who are carrying that weight. Thank you for giving me the time to share that. On to a lighter topic, participation numbers from our last meeting, which was in November of 2024. We had 59 total people who were at the meeting, 3 in person, 31 following along on Zoom, and 25 following the webcast. We received 1 in-person comment. Also, reporting back or circling back on information provided at an earlier meeting in October of 2024 as part of his executive officer report, Executive Officer Joe Yun reported that commission staff took action related to the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion Project, specifically that staff sent a letter to the project applicant, the Contra Costa Water District, who we will hear from later on the agenda today, rescinding a September 6th closeout letter for their early funding agreement, and that rescission was intended to allow staff time to examine the grant and protect the state's interest. In December of last year, staff submitted a Public Records Act request to the Contra Costa Water District for information pertaining to the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion Project. We have received 2 batches of information. We anticipate another coming by the end of the month, and legal staff is reviewing the information that we have received. Lastly, I want to congratulate Holly Stout, the Commission's legal counsel. She's accepted a promotion within the Department of Water Resources Office of the General Counsel. Holly has served as the Commission's General Counsel for 9 years and was instrumental in getting the Water Storage Investment Program up and running. And I want to say a huge thank you, Holly, and turn the floor over to you.
Commissioners, good morning. It has been quite a ride. As Commissioner Curtin, I know, remembers, it was, I think I landed in this job on October 15th, and my first commission meeting was literally 2 days later. I have enjoyed every minute of being the commission's counsel. It has been enlightening and engaging in so many ways. The promotion that I am taking will similarly be challenging, but it is time for me to allow somebody else to fill this seat eventually. I wanted to let you know, in terms of transitioning out of this particular role, it will be a gradual transition. I probably will be here next month and maybe the month after that, depending on state hiring practices. I also, because I am staying within DWR, will remain available as somewhat of the institutional knowledge of how we got where we are, and of course would welcome communications from any of the commissioners at any time. Thank you.
Thank you both, and we wish you good luck, Holly, in your new position, and Laura, we're delighted again to have you here as our executive officer. Is there any comment on this item?
I have not received any requests for in-person public comment on this item, and allowing just a moment for anyone on Zoom to raise their hand and comment. And I am not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Any questions or comments from commissioners who are present? Commissioner Meckler?
Thank you. Congratulations, Laura, Ms. Jensen. Thrilled. It's been wonderful working with you in your prior capacity. It's really been a highlight of my tenure on the commission, and bringing so much heft in terms of our thinking through very complex problems on the policy side. And I really think you're well suited, and I'm excited about your tenure as the leader of this organization, and look forward to working with you. So congratulations to you, Ms. Stout. Bittersweet for me. Congratulations. I think that I'm going to say something sort of perhaps a little bit more far-reaching, is that it's been a wonderful experience working with you directly on very complex issues, and I really appreciate the guidance over the years and the onboarding of all of us into a new role, public-facing role for the first time for some of us. And, I think that my experience in working with council over the years, you're right up there, top tier. And I think that the state and the department and, resources is profoundly lucky to have you. And I really appreciate your commitment to the state and bringing your talents. It's good for California. So thank you, and good luck in your new position.
Any other commissioners? Do we have comments from those commissioners participating remotely? We'll now move on to agenda item 6, which is commission member reports. This is an opportunity for members to disclose any meetings or conversations related to commission business since the previous commission meeting. In addition, if any commissioner knows he or she will need to leave the meeting early today, now would be a good time to tell us that fact at the time in which you will need to depart. So do commissioners have anything to report? Commissioner Mackler?
I will have to leave the meeting today at 2:15.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Our remote commissioners, do you have anything to report?
No.
Is there any comment on this item?
I have not received any requests for in-person public comment on this item, and I am not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Our remote commissioners, any questions or comments? And we'll now move on to agenda item 7, public testimony. Although no formal commission action will be taken, the commission offers an opportunity to the public to address the commission on items of interest that are within the commission's jurisdiction, but that do not specifically appear on the agenda. At this time, we will take public comment on items not on the agenda. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there any comment on this item?
Once again, I have not received any requests for in-person public comment on this item. We do have a raised hand on Zoom. We will go to Pasha Quencha. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking this time to hear me out.
Can you please speak up a little louder so we can hear you?
Quezon Tribe and Imperial.
Hello?
Public comment. I'm California. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Can you move closer to your microphone because we're having some difficulty hearing you and we want to hear your comments?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we'll try.
Okay, my name is Pash. I'm from the Fort Yuma Quezon Tribe in Imperial County. My question was, is the Quezon Tribe tied to this water commission?
Sorry, I didn't catch the name of the tribe you were asking, and are you asking if they have come to the commission?
Are they interacting with the water commission? The Quezon tribal leaders, are they interacting with the water commission?
Thank you, we heard at that time.
We are not currently engaging with that tribe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinchan. Do we have any other public comment?
We do have another public comment on Zoom from Regina Chichizola. Ms. Chichizola, please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, this is Regina Chicazola. I work with Save California Salmon. We are located in far northern California around the Klamath and Trinity Rivers, Redding and Mount Shasta in that area, but we also have an office in Sacramento. And I just wanted to comment quickly, and I'm pretty sure this doesn't fit into the water storage agenda item, but if it does, please do feel free to interrupt me and I can comment later. But I just wanted to, we are engaged in water rights hearings and also pushing forward with trying to figure out how to get protections for our rivers from the site's reservoir project. And I just wanted to mention that as we're going through the hearing, it's becoming very obvious that the project did not consult with Native American tribes, nor take actions to protect tribal resources, including fisheries and tribal beneficial uses and things of that nature. A lot of the comments as far as how tribal consultation has worked from Sites Reservoir that we've seen made to this commission and we've seen made to the governor and other agencies have been extremely fraudulent, has some of their testimony within hearings where they're under oath. And I just wanted to encourage the commission to talk directly to tribes that are impacted by the water storage program, and to the communities that are impacted, because as we know, Northern California also has our emergencies that are happening. We've had a lot of fires. We've had tons of toxic algae. We've had drinking water issues, and it's not fair to put the burden of needs for water for the entire state just on a couple of watersheds. And projects like Sites Reservoir are taking so much of the really needed water that we have left in Northern California to protect our fisheries, but also our communities. And the people who seem to be being the most impacted are the tribes whose resources are being looked at as a way to move forward with climate change and making sure everyone has enough water right now. There are a lot of options as far as making sure everyone has enough water, and we support communities in having enough water, even if it means that
30
there are
seconds.
diversions from our watersheds. But we cannot hold the entire burden. There's reuse, there's all kinds of local solutions that could be looked at, and I do not think we should be putting all of our money into large reservoirs that takes the burden for all of the burden for the state's water use into Northern California and puts it directly on tribes and fishermen and communities there. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you for your comments.
At this time, I see no other raised hands on Zoom.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Remote commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Staff?
No.
Do we have any from you? Then we'll now move on to agenda item. And as we turn to the more specific commission business, I'd like to remind those wishing to comment, please submit comment cards or raise your hand prior to the end of the presentation of the item. And we will take comments before commissioner discussion of and possible action on the item. We are now turning to item 8, which is the election of officers. The rules and guidelines for activities of the California Water Commission provide for the annual election of a commission chairperson and a commission vice chairperson. The commission will accept nominations and vote on these positions. The chair and vice chair are to be elected by a majority of members to serve for a one-year term, and the new officers will serve in that role until January of 2026. Do I have any nominations for chairperson and vice chairperson? Commissioner Mackler? Whoops,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to ask, do we have any comment first on this item?
I have not received any requests for in-person comment on this item, and allowing a moment for Zoom comment, I do not see any raised hands on Zoom.
All right, Commissioner Mackler now.
Thank you. It is with great pleasure that I nominate for chair, current chair, Fern Steiner, as well as vice chair, because she's not here. No, I'm just kidding. Also with great pleasure, Kimberly Gallagher. And thank you.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's by everybody then? Yes, we can. I've confirmed that. But thank you for bringing it up and questioning it. So do I have a motion? No, let's see. Do I have a motion now to close the nominations and vote on Fern Steiner as chairperson and Kimberly Gallagher as vice chair? And I think I have the motion. We're just going to say we're closed, okay?
Commissioner Steiner, Commissioner Mullen has her hand up.
Okay,
Oh, I was just going to make a motion to close. You said you needed a motion,
all right.
but we're good.
And Commissioner Bland, you're seconding it, I see, so
Yeah. Yes.
All right, we're going to vote on all those motions. Closing the nominations and the nominations. Can we take the roll, please?
We're doing one vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Curtin?
Yes.
Commissioner Mackler?
Yes.
Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yes.
Commissioner Moulin?
Yes.
Commissioner Solario?
Yes.
Commissioner Steiner?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I guess I have to,
Congratulations.
I'll abstain on me, though.
You don't have to.
I know. I know I don't, but I did. All right, so we now have me as chair and Kimberly Gallagher as our vice chair. And we're going to move on to our item Agenda 9, which is the 2025 Commission Work Plan. And Executive Officer Laura Jensen will now present an overview of the Commission's work plan and activities anticipated for 2025.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to, as I have in years past, walk through our workflows at a high level and then get into a month-by-month breakdown of the Commission's upcoming activities. Next slide, please. So this year, our major workflows are organized per our goals in our new strategic plan. The first goal pertains to the water storage investment program. This year, we will be hearing from all of the project proponents. They will all be coming before the Commission. We do not have any final funding hearings scheduled for this year. The Commission will be asked to make some decisions regarding how to use Proposition 4 funding and the returned Los Vaqueros funding. And we will also be driving toward our strategic plan metric of understanding project timelines by the end of this year. So we will be bringing that information to commissioners through the standing monthly updates on the water storage investment program. The second goal on outreach and engagement, new this year, we're going to start with quarterly updates on this work starting this month. We are also putting together trainings for commissioners. Those are not agendized items, but will take place at commission meetings. We have our first one today. We have a couple more on the docket related to tribal engagement that will be happening later this spring. There are two things that have not yet been calendared. One is that we are hoping to make progress on a communications and engagement plan. The other is we are still waiting on the California Natural Resources Agency. They are figuring out their equity or environmental justice policy. Once that's out, then we will discuss and consider if and how to move forward with something similar for the Commission.
Sorry, I couldn't follow that.
The Resources is working on putting together an equity or environmental justice policy. And then the entities, the state entities that are nested under Resources will be asked to refer to that and consider adopting something similar. So we are waiting for them to release that, and then we will bring it to the Commission for your consideration and think about our next steps on that. We don't have a good understanding of when that's going to hit, which is why it's not calendared yet. For Goal 3, state water management, this also includes our flood advocacy. This is where we'll be keeping abreast of water policy, planning, and management in California. Our flood advocacy work will probably take a couple years for us to better understand our role in that realm. Nothing's on the calendar yet. As soon as I backfill my position, we will be able to make more progress on that. I do hope to bring the Commission an informational update at some point this year. Goal 4 has us supporting the Department of Water Resources strategic plan. We are still very much working with department staff to figure out how best to engage with them and when to bring items before the Commission. So there is nothing yet scheduled for that. And then Goal 5 pertains to our statutory authorities. It includes our state water project briefings, as well as considering resolutions of necessity and DWR's regulations. So that will be happening this year. The calendar that we will walk through also includes another column focused on Commission governance and other work. We can go to the next slide. So before jumping into this, I want to state that all of this is anticipated. It is subject to change in terms of the agenda items or the timing of those agenda items. We are here in January right now. I won't reiterate our agenda for today, but we'll start with February and note that we have a water storage investment program heavy meeting Harvest Water Project will be in to give an update. Kern Fan may be in to give an update and make an early funding request. And we will start considering utilizing the available water, how to utilize the available water storage investment program funding, as well as get our first state water project briefing. Next slide. In March, Pacheco will be in before the commission, and that's when we anticipate that the commission will be making the decision for how to utilize that available water storage investment program funding. Staff from the Salt and Sea program will also be coming in asking the commission for a resolution of necessity for an eminent domain action. In April, we will have Mr. Shimke with the Department of Water Resources, who we will also be hearing from later today, come in to give us an initial update on the 2025 legislation. We will hear from Willow Springs per the commission's earlier request. They will come back in April. We'll get our second update on outreach engagement, second quarterly update, and our second state water project briefing. Next slide. In May, we have Chino Basin coming in to update the commission, and that's when we start to see some more activity under Goal 3, State Water Management. So recall that under this goal in our strategic plan, we have an objective that speaks to continuing to track the efforts related to the work that the commission has done on conveyance, groundwater trading, and drought. The conveyance work, we are working on that. It hasn't hit the calendar yet, but we're trying to figure out how and when to bring that in. In May, we will be hearing more both on Sustainable Groundwater Management Act implementation generally, and then specifically on the groundwater trading work that's happening with the state. We will hear from the Department of Water Resources, the State Water Resources Control Board, and local perspectives on that topic. And then in June, we will be getting a drought update. So we will hear from DWR staff on the DRIP Collaborative, and DRIP stands for Drought Resilience Interagency and Partners Collaborative. They are doing work and producing recommendations. We will hear more about that drought work. We will get an update on the water supply strategy from the department, and then the Department of Fish and Wildlife will be in to update us on work on the salmon strategy. Next slide. In July, so the DSOD stands for the Division of the Safety of Dams. That is within the Department of Water Resources. They're on the agenda twice here. They came in November and presented an informational update on some regulations that they are pursuing. So they will be asking the commission to take action on those regulations in July. They will also be coming in and giving an informational update on permitting and how that works, and that will be for the commission's information to apply to water storage investment program decisions. That same month, we will also be hearing another update on outreach and engagement and another state water project briefing. As of right now, we don't have anything on the August calendar. We may or may not hold that meeting, depends on how things hit and shift around. Next slide. In September, sites will be in to update the commission. We will get an update on Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. We will hear from the department on their Delta flood control priorities. This links to a longstanding statutory authority that we are exploring. So we'll get an informational update this year to explore what our role is there, to learn more. And then another state water project briefing. In October, we have another legislative update, WISIP project update, and then update on outreach and engagement. Next slide. Last slide here. So November looks fairly sparse, but we are hoping that we're going to be hosting an off-site meeting and pairing that with a state water project facility tour, taking up the bulk of our meeting time, as well as getting our last state water project briefing. December, we are keeping on the calendar for now and may or may not hold a meeting. And that's all that I have for you. I welcome any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Is there any comment on this item?
Yes, we do have an in-person comment from Anthea Hammond. Apologies for the pronunciation. Was it item 10? Sorry, my apologies. We do not have any in-person comment on this item, and I do not see any raised hands on Zoom.
All right, then we will close the comment period and turn to commissioner discussion. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? This is the opportunity for commissioners to express concerns, ask questions, make requests for additional information, or request additional follow-up from presentations. Commissioners can engage staff, presenters, or commenters. Commissioners? I don't see any. Or remote commissioners? I don't see anything there. Do staff have any final thoughts on this? And then we'll move on to our agenda item 10. Agenda item 10 is the Water Storage Investment Program Projects Update. Program Manager Amy Young will now provide an update on the progress of the projects in the Water Storage Investment Program. This presentation is designed to allow the Commission to hear public comment on water storage investment program projects, assess projects' progress, ask questions, direct staff, or invite the project proponents to supply specific information to the Commission for its consideration. Ms. Young?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Our first usual slide, the overall composite timeline of all of the projects in the program. As you can see, we have no final award hearings this year, as Executive Officer mentioned in the previous item. I don't really have too much else to say on this slide, so we can move on to the next slide. So starting with the Harvest Water Program, this is our first project that received final funding. Construction activities are continuing on this project. As of what we heard in October, Sac Sewer had installed 10.6 miles of pipeline out of a total of 41, so they're still continuing. As we heard, they will be coming in next month to our commission meeting to provide an update so they can tell us all about the construction that has happened since October. Next slide. So Pacheco Reservoir. I do want to mention at the end of this month we have a new round of quarterly reports coming in, so we are hoping that we get an update on the Pacheco overall schedule, especially as it relates to recent new CEQA documentation for geotechnical work. We'd like to hear from them if and how this affects the overall schedule. Right now, the estimated final award date is 2027. We don't know if that will change or not, but I do want to mention that Valley Water, it will be coming in May. Sorry, we had our last presentation was, I think, not quite correct. So they are coming in May to give an update. Next slide. Chino Basin Program. Inland Empire Utilities Agency has been moving forward with their design on their advanced water purification demonstration facility as well as their main facility. We should get an update on those activities in the next quarterly report. The final award date is still set for sometime in 2027, and IEUA will be coming in to the Commission in May with an update as well. Next slide. The Kern Fan project, the groundwater JPA is continuing construction on their phase 1 recharge facilities. We are hoping to get an update on that turnout location in this next quarterly report. The final funding date is still expected for 2027, and the JPA, as we heard, is likely to come in to the February Commission meeting and may possibly request some early funding. And so far they have not, they're the only project that has not received early funding in our program. Next slide. Sites Reservoir, the water right hearings, as we heard from an earlier comment, water right hearings are ongoing. They have been going for some time. I think they're starting back up in early February, and it's expected that the Water Board would be making some kind of decision in August of this year. The incidental take permits were issued by California Department of Fish and Wildlife in October. And coming up, we expect the Record of Decision, which is the last and final federal environmental document, to be issued in the spring. The final award date at this point is still estimated for mid-2026. and sites will be coming into the commission for an update in September. And I don't know if that's the last slide or not. That might be. We might have, did Willow Springs come up? And I missed?
Yes, it was before Kern Fan,
Oh,
not
okay.
our things.
Okay, I missed Willow
So
Springs.
maybe we want to go back to it.
Yeah, please. The screen's not big enough
The
for
one
me.
before Kern Fan?
Yeah.
No, it's not on the slides.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay, so I will quickly say that Willow Springs Water Bank, now that that MOU or that Memorandum of Understanding was put together, and signed with AVEC, project configurations should be moving ahead, and we hope to get an update on project costs and schedule fairly soon. At this point, the final award date is 2026. Or very early 2026, and the project proponent will be coming in as the commission asked in April for an update. So that was all I had for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Young. And is there any public comment on this item? And we know we have one in person.
Yes, we do have one public comment in person from Ms. Anthea Hansen. Please approach the podium.
Hello, Ms. Hanson.
Good morning, Chair Steiner and commissioners, staff. Congratulations to all. Everybody's got new appointments and new assignments and carrying on the good work that you do here at the commission. I'm happy to be here this morning. My name is Anthea Hansen. I'm the general manager of Del Puerto Water District in Patterson, California. I know all too well the incredible challenges of these projects. Currently, I happen to be the chair of the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Joint Powers Authority. I participate in that agency through my district's partnership with through the members of the San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority. We are a group of 5 agricultural water service contractors that were very interested in the Los Vaqueros project, some for storage opportunities, and all of us for the opportunity for alternative conveyance to help us with the challenges south of the Delta that we have in getting water moved from north to south. Specifically, the component of Los Vaqueros that we were interested in is the Transfer Bethany pipeline. This involvement that I've been afforded has been an incredible experience for me, and it's given me great insight into the complexities of any project, and particularly these water storage investment projects. But my interest here in speaking to you this morning is not for that. It's to highlight that Del Puerto Water District has a project along with the Stanislaus Regional Water Authority surface supply project. We are 2 projects that were submitted during the screening timeline and were recognized as eligible should the commission determine to award some of the available funding that gets returned to future projects. Both Stanislaus County projects, so I'm here to say go Stanislaus County. Our project would be an 82,000 acre-foot off-stream storage reservoir south of the Delta, and we have incredible ecosystem benefits and flood control benefits for our small rural community. So I'm hoping as the months go along, I see that you will have an agenda item that you will consider allowing the 2 projects that were previously found to be conditionally eligible to go ahead and try to achieve some of the benefits that will afford to the public and our small rural communities on the west side. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. And we also have your statement in the record that you provided to the commission.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, is it appropriate to have a conversation here?
comments from the commissioners when we get to that, and it will be appropriate at that time. So let's continue. Right, with the commission comments. So please don't leave, because he wants to talk to you. No, we'll take his comments in a second here. Do we have any other public comments?
We do have 2 more public comments on Zoom. Would we like to take those now?
Yes, let's go ahead and finish our public comment first, please.
First, we will go to OSHA Meserve. Ms. Meserve, please unmute and begin your comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. My name is OSHA Meserve. I represent the Stop Pacheco Dam Coalition, and just wanted to provide a few comments, really mostly focused on the quarterly report that was submitted on October 31st, 24 on this project. This project is not making progress and indeed is becoming more and more infeasible. The quarterly report indicates, as was mentioned in the PowerPoint, that there's going to be an EIR prepared for the geotechnical investigations. In the quarterly report, Valley Water marks that development as not significant, and they also don't show when the release of that draft EIR might be. So I would suggest that, perhaps this stuff will get corrected in the next quarterly report, but there are some questions about that. Also, the quarterly report indicates that federal and state permits will all be issued in the 26-27 timeframe, which doesn't appear to be realistic. And then there's a chart at the very end of the quarterly report that is supposed to show kind of like how all these different requirements of the commission will come together to result in the contract for administration of public benefits. And this chart shows that CEQA was not even complete before that contract would be approved. So again, that doesn't make sense. I also noticed that the box was checked that there's ongoing consultation with the Amamutsan Tribal Band. Commissioners may remember that they have heard directly from Amamutsan Tribal Band representatives that they're not satisfied with the consultation process being undertaken by Valley Water for this project, which is in a very significant area for cultural resources up in the Diablo Range. So I think that the report from October should be amended, or at the very least, Valley Water needs to update their quarterly report, the next one. The permitting and environmental community concerns with this project continue to be very severe and significant. They don't have the land they would need. They don't own the land that they would flood for this. And the cost benefit ratio that was provided to the commission back in 2022 continues to get worse and worse. And the costs are escalating and there's still no project partners. So I would suggest that the commission should not be providing any more early funding to the extent that might become available through these other developments, and that really there shouldn't be any funding further for this project, which is not feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mazur. Do we have any other public comment?
We do have another public comment from Regina Chichizola. Ms. Chichizola, please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. This is Regina Chichizola again with Save California Salmon. I just wanted to say that with some of these large reservoir projects, I feel that there does need to be some pretty serious discussion on whether or not the public benefits that money has been awarded to are actually being met. And also, as the previous commenter said, are we getting our permits? Has consultation been done? Are environmental documents coming together the way they should? Because I think it's really apparent that projects like groundwater storage or certain conveyance projects, are things that can be done that will help with water storage and have some environmental benefits. But I think there are a lot of claims being made that as environmental documentation in the process moves forward, we're finding that we're not the case. And I think we need to look at our funding allocations based on that. And then I also think that it will be really important as the racial equity plans and resolutions go forward for both the California Water Commission and the resource agencies, that we look at how things have moved forward within this process. Because, as I don't want to keep using the same example, but it's the one that I'm familiar with, but it's not the only one I'm concerned about. But like, say, as the Sites Reservoir project moves forward, we're finding extremely serious water quality and global warming impacts from this project. We're finding very serious impacts as far as things like possible impacts, as far as things like toxic algae, which have real impacts on frontline communities and the health of frontline communities in the Delta. We're seeing very real impacts to the tribes. And so I'm just want to say that I really think the commission needs to take a hard look at some of these projects that are bigger, more well-funded projects, and do public trust analysis and equity analysis, and look at what the impacts are and whether or not the awards should not be quite so large within these projects. And then as requests for funding allocations from some of the funding that's now coming through projects dropping out go forward, we really need to look at tribal consultation and racial equity. So I'm just saying, let's please make sure that environmental impacts, racial equity, tribal impacts, and things of that nature, impacts on communities, are looked at in a very hard way as more awards are given, and as we see whether or not projects are actually going to get their permits and be feasible. And with that, thank you. I will plan to be at the next meeting too, where there'll be a better update.
Thank you for your additional comments. When we get comments that are things that we don't do or that we feel need to be called on, we do pass those comments on, such as the comments we had from the tribal leaders about sites not talking to them. All right, thank you. Just wanted to confirm so that our public knows that we do pass those comments on to the appropriate people to address those comments. So we have no other public comment, is that correct?
That's correct. I see no other raised hands on Zoom at this time.
All right, now is the time for our commissioners, and Commissioner Curtin.
So I can't tell if this is too loud. Anybody handling it might want to drop it down because, okay, good. So could you go back over a little bit? Let me ask, just for clarification, I can't remember your name, but I do remember Del Porto Water District, and that you were your agency was going to benefit by the Los Vaqueros project, primarily because of conveyance issues?
Correct. Well, our participation, my agency was participating for the conveyance benefits. Yes.
Okay, well, that's great. That sounds good to me. But the question I have is, you didn't ask for a project independently, or did you, when we were going through this process 10 years ago?
Yes, so the Del Puerto Canyon Reservoir project is one of two projects that the commission conditionally approved by the deadline several years ago. We did not, at the time, we did not have a full application, but my understanding is that this commission has the purview or the ability at some point to look at any available funding and invite those two projects that met the deadline to submit formal and full applications for consideration.
Let me get to my questions, and we'll try at some point to get to your questions, because I'm very interested in this. Did you not submit a fuller thing because you were discouraged or because it was going to be picked up through the Los Vaqueros project?
No, because at the time, our project was not, we did not have the documentation ready to do a full application. The two projects are completely separate from each other.
Okay. So you're interested in coming back with a full application if there's more money available, obviously, which there will be.
Yes.
And what was the amount of water you were talking about? And could you give me a little sense of how it works, where that pipeline would be going to to the Los Vaqueros?
No.
Okay,
So
I'm pretty ignorant on this. And so
That's
how
okay.
much water, number one?
82,000 acre feet of off-stream storage. Just
Excuse
west-
me, I'm sorry. I think we might be going a little off agenda at this point in time. I'm not sure we can pursue this line of questioning further. I would suggest that we take it up at a later time when it's agendized.
So when would that be?
The commission would need to decide that, can you turn yours off, because I'm getting, okay. The commission would need to decide to actually open a solicitation for these two projects and move forward from there. Potentially, this comment could come in once the commission is actually considering the additional funding that's going to be returned. But right now, the Del Puerto project is not an agenda item, and so I'm a little bit hesitant to have a discussion about it when it hasn't been properly noticed.
So generally speaking, when there's public comments, we can't ask questions around the public comments, even if they weren't on the agenda?
You can ask questions about public comments. The issue is that this is very quickly getting into a discussion of the specific Del Puerto project and potential commission action on it, and that item is not on the agenda.
Well, I'm not recommending an action item, to be honest. I'm just trying to find out how large the project is for my own information. I don't know if that's violating the rules of the road here, but maybe we can talk offline.
Commissioner Curtin,
Yeah.
staff can collect more information about the project.
Yeah, but I'm asking specific questions, so I know I'm going to get a docket full of information when I just want to know how big the project is.
We can provide that information to you.
Okay, so can she. But okay, I'll just leave it at that. I'm interested in hearing more. Thank you.
Look forward to speaking with you. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other commissioners who have questions? Questions on the Ms. Young's program, on Ms. Young's presentation, which is the subject that's before us right now. All right, Commissioner Mackler.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Young. Really appreciate these reports. So one of the things that I would ask the Commission is, particularly in the context of as we're, when we properly agendize the question of what to do with incremental monies that may be available either because of Los Vaqueros or because of Prop 4, while we've spent, years, discussing the importance of water storage and the importance of the projects in the WISIP program, I would very much like to get a refresher in an overall context of the importance of water storage, starting with, our recent experience with drought and / climate change, and questions of whether or not we have currently adequate storage in conveyance, and get, if you would, sort of a system planning view. One of the things I might take the opportunity to remind, and I'm very much appreciative of public comment, but as Chair Steiner mentioned, we are not the permitting entity, and we're running a specific program looking at achieving, objectives with respect to the adequacy of storage, and the capturing of certain benefits, and this is what we're tasked to do on behalf of the taxpayer. I am hopeful, and I fully believe that the CEQA process and other processes managed by other agencies provide a robust opportunity to address project-specific issues, particularly with respect to engagement. Not that we don't want to hear about them, but I think our role is, fairly well defined. So, thank you. So, could we get a sort of, a refresh, or what I would call a bring down of how these projects fit into the overall planning, what the objectives are of the state in terms of bringing, more surface storage, more underground storage to the system, and how that deals with the water needs of our growing population, habitat restoration, climate change, etc. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Curtin?
Yes. So could you give me a sense of how much water we will not be storing as a result of the Los Vaqueros decision?
That question will be addressed in the next item.
Okay.
Any other commissioner comments? Our remote commissioners, do you have any comments or questions? Staff, do we
No.
have any further comments or thoughts? And we do have a full report coming on Los Vaqueros as our item 11, which we are now moving to. Our agenda item 11, the Water Storage Investment Program, Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion Project Update. So first, Commission staff will provide information about the project timeline leading up to the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion Project withdrawal. Following that, representatives from Contra Costa Water District, who are the proponents of the project, will discuss the reasons behind the withdrawal from the Water Storage Investment Program and how Contra Costa Water District spent early funding from the program. So, Ms. Young?
All right, thank you. Okay, so the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion Project became an eligible project in the water storage program in 2018 and received a maximum conditional eligible determination, or what we call MCED, for public benefits based on water for wildlife refuges, emergency supply, and recreation opportunities. The project received early funding for planning-related activities, which the Commission had capped for all of the projects at 5% of the MCED, or that maximum conditional amount. Since the MCEDs were made, the project provided, and all of the projects in the program provided quarterly reports. Specifically, Contra Costa submitted quarterly reports since that time for the Los Vaqueros project through 2024, July of 2024, and indicated that the project was progressing and had planned to come into the Commission for a final award in mid-2025. So this slide shows the staff's perspective of the timeline of events beginning in late 2023 when the Water Commission approved the last full invoice for work for the early funding agreement. As required by the early funding agreement, Contra Costa prepared a project completion report that summarized all of the work completed in each task and just summarized the overall project itself for early funding. Once that project completion report was reviewed and accepted by Commission staff, a retention that had been held was released. During that time, the Water Commission staff was reviewing drafts of this project completion report. The Contra Costa's general manager sent a letter to the JPA member agencies detailing the unresolved issues, which we will hear more about in the presentation from Contra Costa Water District. Commission then received a quarterly report that still showed that the project was progressing and was still on track to come in for a final award at that mid-2025 date. Water Commission then released retention in August, and then once the funds were processed, Water Commission staff sent a closeout letter closing out the funding agreement. This was shortly before the Contra Costa Water Board directed staff to look into an exit strategy and withdraw from possibly withdraw from the water storage program. This decision by the board was a surprise to Commission staff and commissioners, and a decision was made to, at that point, rescind the closeout letter. So as you can see on this timeline, the situation evolved pretty rapidly. The Commission then received a quarterly report in October from Contra Costa Water District that reflected the board's decision, or the board's direction to staff to exit from the project. Then in October, the board voted to end the expansion project and sent a letter to the Water Commission withdrawing from the water storage program. At our, I believe it was our November meeting, commissioners had questions about how this withdrawal of this project would impact the state's goals. So the governor's water supply strategy, which I believe was released in August of 2022, included creating storage space for up to 4 million acre-feet of water, and specifically called out the water storage investment program and the 7 projects within that program, and talked about how it would help increase the state's overall capacity to store water by 2.77 million acre-feet. The withdrawal of the Los Vaqueros project, the gross storage amount expected from the water storage program is that decrease is 115,000 acre-feet to an overall, so that reduced our overall capacity to 2.65 million acre-feet. So it went from 2.77 to 2.65. So in addition to not having that water storage, as I mentioned earlier, with some of the public benefits that we were expecting from this project were to provide water to south of Delta wildlife refuges, water for drought emergencies or during a Delta outage emergency, and then increased recreation visitation numbers to the Los Vaqueros Reservoir. There's also the question of other opportunities or other options for additional storage. There is still an emphasis for on-ground water storage, and more recently, as we've kind of been talking about, and we will talk about more, is the Proposition 4 funds. There are $386 million that are directed towards Department of Water Resources for projects related to groundwater recharge, or groundwater storage, banking, recharge, and also in-stream flow projects that support conjunctive use of groundwater and surface water supplies. We expect the first appropriations on Prop 4 to start during this fiscal year, and more information about those funds would be coming out of Department of Water Resources, Financial Assistance Branch, as well as the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office. And as far as questions about local water supply impacts, we do have representatives from the JPA, the Los Vaqueros JPA. We have Taryn Ravazzini and from the JPA, and Rick Ortega from Grasslands Water District, who will be able to answer some questions about local water supply impacts. And also we do have staff from, I believe we still have staff from Fish and Wildlife. Should be online. We believe Brooke Jacobs should be online from Fish and Wildlife if there are any questions for them as well. And with that, I will hand this over to the General Manager of Contra Costa Water District, Rachel Murphy.
Could I ask a question, Madam Chair? I'm not sure of the rules of the road here, but it's a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get this, if I got this right. From the Commission's position, there was no real problems coming from this program. We were doing pretty good, and you guys were running, everybody was meeting their stuff, and there was no real objections from our end.
Right, yeah, and we look at our quarterly reports as they come in, and all of the quarterly reports up until that point had, still had an anticipated, date and schedule to come in. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Rachel Murphy, we'll now hear from who is the
Commissioner Steiner, sorry to interject.
We actually aren't at comments yet because we're still in the presentation on this.
Correct, yeah. Commissioner Bland had his hand raised.
All right.
No, I'll wait until the appropriate time.
Okay, that's what we're going to follow our order as we have to here. So we have Ms. Rachel Murphy, General Manager of the Contra Costa Water District.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with the Commission today, and certainly congratulations to the Executive Officer and General Counsel for their recent promotions. So if we can move to the other slide deck. I was specifically requested to speak to some of the recent activities throughout 2024 that led up to the eventual decision, as well as expenditures of funds related to the project. As I step into that, I did include in the slide deck just a couple of general overview questions or overview slides to just help frame everyone's understanding on the project. So next slide, please. The existing Los Vaqueros Reservoir is an off-stream reservoir in Contra Costa County with a current capacity of 160,000 acre-feet. The Contra Costa Water District owns and operates the Los Vaqueros Reservoir in conjunction with its 4 delta intakes. We own and operate that facility to provide a variety of benefits to our customers, including water quality improvements, drought supply reliability, and emergency supplies. Next slide. So looking at the proposed Phase 2 project, it did include a variety of project elements. The 2 most significant elements were the expansion of the Los Vaqueros Reservoir from 160 to 275,000 acre-feet, as well as constructing the pipeline that you heard a little bit about earlier today to convey water from Contra Costa Water District system and intakes to the California Aqueduct near the Bethany Reservoir. Next slide, please. So just high-level overview of some very complex project operations. The anticipated project operations would occur when the delta is in excess conditions at a time when excess capacity is available in the Contra Costa Water District's system. When those conditions exist, project water would be moved to partners either directly as direct diversion, as was noted by the earlier public commenter, or into storage for later delivery into their systems. And the anticipated priority of operations anticipated delivery of public benefits, followed by delivery of benefits to the local member agencies. Next slide, please. And as noted, there were a variety of public benefits that were described in Contra Costa Water District's WISIP application, specifically ecosystem benefits, largely delivered through increased water supplies to San Joaquin Valley Wildlife Refuges, emergency water supply benefits, as well as some increased recreational opportunities at the Los Vaqueros watershed. Next slide. I did want to touch on some unique aspects of the Los Vaqueros project that also presented some unique challenges, I think, related to this project. Certainly the first of which is the demolition and reconstructing of the existing Los Vaqueros Dam in a manner that avoided impacts to Contra Costa Water District's existing customers who rely on that reservoir year in and year out. Another aspect that presented some unique challenges is the construction of the new Transfer Bethany pipeline and associated infrastructure through properties that over time became protected with conservation easements and various deed restrictions. Certainly when that line was drawn on a map over a decade ago, the number of conservation easements in those areas were different, and those have grown over time. So the process to secure the property for that, the rights needed for that pipeline, certainly it was better understood the challenges associated with that land acquisition. And then lastly, a variety of very engaged federal, state, and local agencies coming together to create a new governance structure, operations and maintenance structure to deliver the project benefits, while also ensuring continuity of existing benefits to Contra Costa's existing customers. That presented some unique aspects and challenges for the project. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the diversity of the project partners. I won't read them all here, but certainly federal and state partners, as well as the 8 agencies that came together to form the Joint Powers Authority, And as was noted by the earlier public commenter, several agencies participating together through the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Next slide, please. So, to deliver this project, there certainly were a long list of agreements and permits, not unique just to the Los Vaqueros project. And so first looking at the agreements between the member agencies, and the Joint Powers Authority, or between Contra Costa and the Joint Powers Authority. It's certainly not an exhaustive list, but the design and construction agreement, I imagine that's fairly straightforward, discusses how to design and construct the project facilities. The facilities usage agreement would cover how the project beneficiaries would utilize Contra Costa Water District's existing facilities to deliver benefits and the associated usage fees for that. Another agreement that we've talked a lot about is what we, by shorthand, describe as the backstop agreement. That's an agreement or series of agreements that would provide the backstop water supplies, water quality, and water supplies needed for Contra Costa's customers when the dam is demolished and being reconstructed. Service agreements really were envisioned as the last agreement. It's each individual member's capacity commitment to the project, and then, of course, the foundational JPA agreement. All of these were subject to negotiations, certainly in 2023 and 2024, but even earlier than that, intended to address core issues of the project, such as how construction decisions would be made, operational decisions would be made, risk associated with those operations, and delivery of project benefits. Next slide, please. So now, speaking to the agreements with federal and state partners external to the JPA, here is another list, certainly not exhaustive, of the agreements that were in various stages of negotiations for the project. Some, I would say the one that's probably farthest along is the agreement with DWR for the turn-in and conveyance. And then others on this list were much earlier in the process of negotiations. Next slide, please. And then, of course, a variety of permits, which are summarized here, are needed to construct and operate the project. I put check marks by those permits that we did receive through the course of these early activities. Next slide. So now I will step through the project timeline. That was an area of focus. So as I noted, there was a variety of work efforts occurring in 2023 and 2024. One of those was related to the negotiation of what I'm describing as implementation agreements. And then, as noted, kind of in the lead up to this item, we did have access to an early funding agreement. Funds provided through that early funding agreement certainly helped move the feasibility and analysis and permitting activities along. Those funds were expended in June of 2023, and that agreement expired in December of 2023. And then as we look into the spring of 2024, I would say there were a couple of important kind of informational activities that occurred. The first was that we received our first key permit for operations. And that permit certainly started to provide greater clarity to kind of the operations, the anticipated operations of the project. It did include some reduction in benefits than we were originally projecting. And it also occurred at a time when the regulatory environment within the Bay Delta is currently under revision as well. So in addition to the reduction in benefits we saw with that operations permit, the incidental take permit, the certainty of benefits was also a question. We also then, at that time, were doing a schedule update related to the project, certainly informed by a significant component of that update related to the land acquisition activities for the Transfer Bethany pipeline. And then that, of course, fed into a construction cost update. And so the result of that most recent construction cost update, the total program costs were approaching $1.6 billion. So those were a couple of very key indicators in the spring going into summer of 2024 related to the economics of the project as the members are moving through negotiating these agreements, but also understanding the value of the project to each of the individual investors. Next slide, please. So then, looking now into the summer, May 3rd, the JPA board authorized a no-cost time extension to their cost share agreement. This is the agreement amongst all the member agencies that kind of lays out roles and responsibilities and also provides a funding mechanism for year-to-year activities for the JPA. They also at that time approved a capital preservation strategy to focus the expenditures and reduce the expenditures on really the most critical path activities. So each of the respective member agency boards then considered that no-cost time extension as well. The CCWD board conditionally approved that cost share agreement amendment on June 5th. And as part of that action, the board directed me to work with the member agencies to really do a check-in on where each of the members were on their commitments to the project with the information that we had, the information on benefits, costs, and the terms as currently developed for those implementation agreements. And so as a result, I drafted the letter that was submitted to the general managers as noted earlier on June 11th to kind of capture CCWD's perspective of those key outstanding questions and to really engage with the members on confirmation of commitments to the project. When I met with Water Commission leadership in July to review that letter, I did convey that it was our hope in this process to really get an understanding of the viability of the project as the result of this exercise through the summer of 2024. So in the summer of 2024, the member agencies were digging into this new information. Several of the members expressed that they would need more time to really wade through and understand and be able to confirm their commitments to the project. For those members that were able to get through an update to their business case, they did observe a pretty significant contraction of the business case and the value that they would anticipate receiving from this project. And several of the members, as the result of that, reduced their participation in the project and in particular the storage component by the end of the summer was now 25% undersubscribed. I would say that what the member agencies that did get all the way through that process and made those decisions were finding that the costs and benefits of Los Vaqueros were comparable to other alternative water supply projects that they've been evaluating, groundwater storage, recycled water and reuse projects, and some of those projects I think perhaps had less complexity from a governance and operational standpoint. So they have gone through a continued evaluation of how Los Vaqueros compared to other alternative water supply projects in their portfolio. Next slide, please. So then, getting into the fall, in September 18th, we provided an update to the Contra Costa Water District Board to reflect what we had heard from the project member agencies, those that had been able to get through their business case evaluation, and those that had expressed that additional time was needed before they could really weigh in on commitments. And really what the Contra Costa Water District Board wrestled with was whether additional time was going to be fruitful in resolving the growing list of issues that were surfacing on the project. And certainly additional time was not going to increase benefits or reduce costs, and would continue to complicate negotiating those agreements. And so at the end of their discussion on September 18th, they provided direction to staff to come back with a plan to end Contra Costa's participation in the project. And that's what we did on November 6th. We brought back a plan which included withdrawal of our WISIP application and coordination with the member agencies to dissolve the JPA. We submitted that formal letter on November 12th, excuse me, and the JPA board adopted a resolution to begin the dissolution process last week. Next slide, please. So that was the timeline or of at least some significant developments over 2024. What I would say with respect to now the expenditure side and the questions related to that, the project completion report does provide a lot of detail on 40 to 50 specific deliverables that have been provided and have been developed with the support from the state and the early funding agreement, as well as the support of the federal and local investors as well. And those work products are available, and the dissolution process that the JPA is going through will develop criteria on how that work product can be used by others in the future. I will say that the information gleaned from the extensive modeling that has been completed over a number of years with respect to how this project could operate, how member agencies could access water, move it through the project facilities and existing facilities to their systems. That modeling has been used and will continue to be used and have considerable value. It's just not information we had prior to this project. So just to highlight that a little bit further, this was a unique opportunity for federal, state, and local water agencies to work collaboratively on a tough issue. Appreciate the Commission's leadership of this program and engagement in these projects. And we have built an increased understanding of the Delta conditions and movement of water through the Delta, and it is a landscape that is evolving and changing and very dynamic. Next slide, please. And yes, highlighting here again, because it's not insignificant, the level of modeling that's been performed. It's been shared with the state, used by state and reclamation as we develop additional partnership opportunities in the future. We have been able to do several pilot projects to demonstrate successful transfer pathways amongst the members, and those are things we'll continue to do in the future. Next slide, please. So just speaking briefly to next steps, there are many, but they're consolidated here. The Los Vaqueros JPA Authority is expected to be dissolved this fiscal year. We anticipate continuing to build on the partnerships and the knowledge that we've been able to build amongst the member agencies and with our partners, the regulators and operators, looking for future opportunities and ability to collaborate. I do acknowledge that this outcome warrants a deeper focus to evaluate lessons learned that could benefit additional infrastructure projects, and I welcome an opportunity to collaborate with Commission staff and other partners on making sure we develop a complete list of lessons learned. But I do have reason for optimism. There's a high level of cooperation and coordination and commitment to regional solutions between the member agencies and with our federal and state partners that is ongoing and will continue into the future. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy, for your presentation. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do have an in-person public comment from Ricardo Ortega. Mr. Ortega, please approach the podium.
Morning, Mr. Ortega.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Rick Ortega, I'm the general manager of the Grassland Water District. We're a unique water agency in that we exclusively deliver water for habitat. The vast majority of the water delivered to wildlife refuges south of the Delta is through our agency. Just a few comments. In 2018, the Water Commission awarded $1.3 billion for Los Vaqueros and Sites Reservoir. $1 billion of which was going to provide average annual about 90,000 acre feet to Central Valley wildlife refuges. When combined with existing supplies, that's enough water to support 125,000 acres of wetlands. In California, we've lost over 95% of our wetlands. Central Valley wildlife refuges support one of the largest migrations on Earth. In many areas of the Central Valley, which are disadvantaged, they are really the only access to nature. They're critical for many species on the brink of extinction, unfortunately, but also to millions of migratory birds and many species of fish and wildlife. Providing adequate water to Central Valley wetlands has been a struggle, and they are chronically short. Grassland Water District works tirelessly to protect and replace refuge water supply, including significant work over many years on Los Vaqueros Reservoir expansion. The Grassland Water District sincerely appreciates and is grateful for all of the time, energy, creativity, and perseverance of the commissioners, commission staff, staff at CDFW, Reclamation, and our local partners. We've made lots of progress through this process, and I sincerely believe that everybody involved wanted to see this project move forward and to provide this refuge water supply. Some of the deliverables, we drafted a contract for the administration of public benefits with CDFW. We negotiated for the delivery of refuge water with the Bureau of Reclamation. Yes, there were some reductions in the ecosystem benefits as it relates to working through the permitting process, the ITP, that range from about 15 to 25%, depending on how you looked at the model. But that is not the reason why this project isn't moving forward. So where do we go from here? The Water Commission has a special role in coordinating with project operators, permitting agencies, and resource agencies. Please use these work products to further other projects that will provide refuge benefits. Unspent dollars should be dedicated to projects that will be providing refuge benefits or can be providing refuge benefits. Sites Reservoir has a conditional award that is tied to refuge water supply benefits, and eligible projects like Del Puerto Reservoir need the funds to deliver on this long-standing unmet state and federal mandate. In closing, the Water Commission has the authority under Prop 1 to help preserve our last remaining wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Do we have any other public comment?
We do have another in-person public comment from Taryn Ravazzini.
Ms. Radazzini?
Thank you, Commissioner Steiner and other commissioners. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name's Taryn Ravazzini. I'm the Executive Director of the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Joint Powers Authority. And as Amy Young had mentioned, I am going to be here in the audience while you discuss, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take direct inquiries. But I wanted to use the public comment as an opportunity to thank the Commission and to thank the Commission staff. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge both Amy Young and Joe Yun, and also Holly Stout for the work on this program. This is an extremely complex project. The Water Storage Investment Program is an extremely challenging program, not only to administer, but also to understand, and the work that the project proponents, including Los Vaqueros Reservoir expansion project, have undergone over the years is something to be commended. We appreciate the public's interest in wanting to invest $2.7 billion in water storage in California. The Los Vaqueros Reservoir expansion project truly was a project that checked all of the boxes of projects that we need here in the state of California. And it does really go without saying that the partnership of the Joint Powers Authority for this expansion project are very disappointed at the current state of affairs. And as was reported, they did just approve to dissolve the partnership itself. The partnership, however, goes on in additional regional work by all of the individual member agencies. The organization which I represent was very specific to this project. So without this project standing up, the organization itself did have to disband. But rest assured, all of the member agencies are really committed to continuing to work together. The regional dynamics of the Northern California Bay Area region that this incorporated, including the connectivity to the Central Valley and the wildlife refuges in particular, as Mr. Ortega just referenced. Those are partnerships that we're hoping this continues to encourage, because this was very unique in that way. The level of regional integration that this project could have encouraged through not just the storage, but the conveyance components of the project were really very unique, but there are a lot of challenges to these major water infrastructure projects, and I'm sure some of the discussion will get into that. The most significant thing I really want to say to the Commission is please do not give up hope on these projects. I know it's very disappointing when we look at investing millions and millions of dollars, but that's what the water industry here in California really is about. We need to put forth money into the broad portfolio of options because we just have to look at everything. And some do not end up working for various reasons. So I'll conclude, my 3 minutes are up, but I do look forward to having future conversations, hopefully, with this commission as you look to continue to support water storage and water infrastructure in the state of California. It is very, very needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Radazzini. In keeping with comments that we're hearing, and we'll go back to public comment in a second, there will be a question at some point by the commissioners as to interest in further conversations concerning this project and what occurred and what could be done better, perhaps. Or we obviously didn't write the legislation that created this. We're the stewards of getting it done, and that is of interest to us. Do we have other public comment, Aaron?
I have not received any other requests for in-person public comment on this item, and I do not see any raised hands on Zoom at this time.
All right, then we will close the comment period and turn to commissioner discussion. Commissioner Curtin?
I want to start off by emphasizing or re-emphasizing what all of you have said, that the extraordinary complexity of these issues are mind-boggling. I thank you all for taking on those challenges. In fact, sometimes you wonder how anything gets done. So I think Commissioner Steiner was just referencing something that's been on my mind, not only for the projects that are remaining, but particularly this project. It would be interesting, or not interesting, I think somewhat critical, to do an extensive review of how the project proponents individually, I mean, what it looks to me like, really it's hard for even me, I'm a layman in this, to follow the reports, is that there was a sort of moving goalposts as you went along with this enormous variety of agreements that have to be made and permits that have to be gotten, that changed essentially the outcome, not that you didn't go forward, but of what the return on investment for each individual organization that's involved in here. It changed mid-course. And understandably, each one would want to maximize or get their value back. And obviously that was sort of the nature of the problem. There was enough changes that organizations didn't feel like they were going to get their value out of this. And we're looking to other projects. The problem in the large picture is that 115,000 acre feet will go on stored, which could be used for a variety of projects, but the costs are hard to figure out who carries those costs. So what I'm interested in, and maybe we will talk about this further, is there's a possibility of doing a report from each of you, each individual organization, that could say, how would this process have worked better, quicker, if we had changes of such and such a nature? I mean, we are really stuck in a way in California and everywhere else that it's hard to do projects because the large scale perspective that's being generated from the commission has to be enacted by a series of smaller organizations that have to review it from their individual perspective. And they can't really say, well, we're going to do this for the good of the state, even though it's going to cost us money. It doesn't really work that way. It would be really fascinating. This was extraordinary. I don't think it was any, it was extraordinary for me, but I don't think it was any much more complicated than almost any of these projects that we're working with. They all are complicated. The fact that any of them are coming to the end of the line and getting completed or may getting completed is a testament to the hard work everybody involved, including the commission. But what really needs to be analyzed going forward is how do we sort through these complex problems in a way that would allow a project like this to go forward, because having been on this commission a while, Los Vaqueros looked like the one project that had probably the least hurdles to meet, because it was an existing project and we were not, going into other land that needed environmental permits and so on and so forth. But really, it was incredibly complicated, and the participants didn't feel like it was worth it. And yet, from a larger perspective, I feel like it would have been worth it. And how could we have done better? How could we have done better? And I'm not saying we didn't do everything according to the way things are supposed to be done. So I'm hoping, Commissioner Steiner, we can start analyzing not only the projects that got completed, but the projects that didn't get through the deadline or the completion. From your individual perspective, what was it? How could it have been expedited? How could the myriad amount of permits you had to get through, the agreements you had to get through, could there have been another way of doing that? So, I mean, this is really something we have to look forward to doing, not just in water, but in energy and every other respect. So I do appreciate everything you've said, but I'm hoping that's not the end of the conversation, and we can learn in a way that we can, I think your point about the bill being extraordinarily complex in and of itself. For those of you who were around when that bill got passed, the political scrum was unbelievable. And remember, it was the same year as Sigma got passed, which was another incredible political mishmash. And this is the way politics works. But if we can't get projects done, we got to figure out how we do better on that. And I think one of the commission's roles should be going forward is to explore what happened, not just with you, but in general, and what we can do to change the process that doesn't make these things Herculean in their complexity. So that's just a comment on my part. Anybody would like to make a response to that, but we're not in charge, but we're supposed to recommend policy. And it just seems to me that litany of issues you dealt with, each and every one are complex, but once you get a permit, it changes the dynamics for everybody. And at what point do the constant changes undermine the ability to get it done? Well, we've sort of found out here. Isn't there a way we could do this so that every little change, either if it changes the outcomes of what you're doing environmentally or the value of the water, that can be adjusted somehow in the process. Or there's something in a larger way that gets to say, okay, we can accept this change and not that change. It's very hard for you to do that at the local level. I don't know if there's a way to do it at the state level, but we're not getting any better. I don't mean better. Our conditions are not getting any better in California. The climate's changing. The water situation is not going to get better. The energy situation is not going to get any better unless we start figuring out how to do large projects again. So that's my comment.
Commissioner Matsumoto.
Thank you very much for coming in. It's obviously super unfortunate that we're at this point. You know, as the representative, I guess, of the public benefits part of the water storage investment program, I sort of look at all of these projects as sort of a portfolio of types of public benefits, and this one was a really big one as far as the refuge water piece of things. So I guess one question, and I would open it to any of our folks who are here, is just how can we think about filling this gap? Because the public, in passing, you know, this funding, over $2 billion and setting it aside for storage, expected a suite of public benefits, and now we've taken a big chunk of that off the table. And so I wonder what we can do to fill that gap that's being created by the loss of this project. I wonder, you know, we've invested almost $24 million in early funding for this project. Like, what are the assets that came out of that? You guys have talked about some of the modeling and the intellectual property there. How can that specifically be used to address this gap? And then another piece of this is there's sort of this, you know, the big storage project, but there's also the conveyance piece of this. So a separate question is just, can parts of that move forward? Are some of those improvements to conveyance and the pumps and the transfer facilities, are those viable as standalone projects? And can you build on what was learned here, or are those off the table just because they don't work without the storage component? So I guess two big buckets of questions around any thoughts anyone has on how we fill this refuge water deficit at this point, and then secondly, can some of this pieces of the project move forward independent of the storage component? And please, I welcome all Mr. Ortega, Ms. Ravizini, and as well as the folks from Contra Costa.
Thank you, Commissioner Matsumoto. Yeah, and I alluded to this in my comments. I think there's a real opportunity. You're going to have a significant amount of funding to direct. You know, Sites is a good candidate. They have a conditional award that does provide refuge water supply benefits, albeit generally focused in the Sac Valley. We still are dealing with the deficits south of the Delta to those Central Valley wetlands. But we've got some eligible projects like Del Puerto that do have significant benefits to south of Delta refuges. And so not only dispatchable storage, but also some actual yield from the project. So I think staying focused on projects that can deliver on these benefits to the refuges is of paramount and of the highest priority. I do think some of the work products that were achieved, a lot of the modeling that was done, we have a better understanding of how to meet that demand, right? It's not just a block of water and you say, okay, it's over there, it's in your bank account. It's sophisticated modeling and timing, trying to meet the refuge needs, both in terms of quantity, but also at the appropriate time to meet the needs of the wildlife. So maybe I'll just pause there. Thank you.
Ms. Razzini, were you approaching to speak also, or no?
I'll go after Ms. Murphy. Thank you. I would just add a couple of additional points beyond what Mr. Ortega said. The Contra Costa Water District Board very much recognizes and is committed to working to address the particular public benefit, as you've noted, the refuge water supply benefits, and utilizing the existing capacity in our facilities with the understanding of how to move water through them to benefit the ecosystem, or to provide those ecosystem benefits. With respect to, can components of the program be pulled out and continue moving forward? That's a more complex question. I would say the work products themselves are available and will continue to inform future work products. What the Contra Costa Water District Board approved as part of their environmental project was environmental process was a balance of storage and conveyance. And a conveyance-only alternative was considered by the board, I want to say probably in 2020, and was not moved forward. It was this balance of storage and conveyance. But that being said, there is considerable work product available that I think can get built upon to continue to look at future iterations of how to get water to south of Delta refuges.
Thank you. Ms. Razzini, as you walk up, I will point out that we obviously have legal restrictions and lots of talking we would have to do with legal counsel, as well as the department, as to how and what we can do, and whether we would need additional authority or additional legislation to do any of some of these things, but we certainly want to explore and look at everything that can be done to continue the momentum of at least what we're trying to do here with these WISA projects. Ms. Razzini.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. Commissioner Matsumoto, absolutely the concern that you raise around the public benefits is definitely a real one. The greatest loss truly to the project of losing the expansion of Los Vaqueros is getting that water to the wildlife refuges. And so there is a gap. But as Mr. Ortega did note, they've been continuing to find ways to fill those gaps, and there are some future opportunities. What I wanted to say on behalf of the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Joint Powers Authority and the partnership was, as they've been having conversations at the board level, recognizing that this project may not move forward, there really has been a commitment by each of the members, one, acknowledging the partnership, two, acknowledging the loss to the refuges, and there's a desire on behalf of those member agencies to continue thinking very creatively about how to support the regional integration to support not just the municipal and industrial and agricultural users, but also the environmental partners who are now well integrated into the discussions around these projects. And that truly is one of the benefits of what the partnership has seen over the last couple of years. As we had our last in-person board meeting, they all acknowledged that this project brought agencies together and people working together in ways that they hadn't been before. So that really is a good takeaway, and I do think that, back to Commissioner Curtin's really request for let's find some lessons learned, there is an opportunity, I think, for certain for us to, as a state, as a public, to really better understand what is the governance structure that can help move these forward successfully. Los Vaqueros and these other projects are all very complex, as we noted. The unique nature about Los Vaqueros is we did have a broad partnership. We also had really a single asset owner. That creates unique dynamics. Sites Reservoir has a completely different structure in that regard. So it does require a little bit more in-depth look, and I look forward to hopefully talking with the commission more. Thank you for the extra time.
One takeaway I guess I'm getting from this is just the importance of thinking again about this portfolio of investments we're making as the public. And I think, you know, as projects kind of come in and out of the portfolio, it emphasizes the need to be thinking about, I appreciate the connection to thinking about the way that other projects can come in or that existing projects can step up to help us address the gap. So I'm looking forward to following up on this when we hear from the sites folks in September. Thanks.
Commissioner Mackler?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really disappointed. I look at this and I think about the years that went into project proponents developing proposals, a selection process, a decision by this commission to choose some projects over other projects, the investment that the taxpayer has made with respect to funding the development of these projects, the expectations by a broad group of stakeholders. A couple of things. One is, and I think that this is a note, a clear lessons learned, particularly as we look to allocate, additional monies coming out of Prop 4 and with respect to the monies available with Los Vaqueros. I have an expectation that people are forthcoming, that there is a role for this commission. Our role is not to weigh in, as I said in an earlier comment, on the ins and outs of different permitting, but it is with respect to funding. It is with respect to the operation of this program. And I think that Los Vaqueros and the proponents, frankly, have been lacking with respect to their, I won't say candor, but maybe it's candor with respect to coming forward and talking with the commission. We should have had a discussion in front of this group with respect to, we're not going to be able to move forward with this project. I note that out of the funding, it's $477 million, of which we have provided pre-funding of $24 million roughly. We are a stakeholder, a large stakeholder, and we're a stakeholder with respect to the benefits that my colleague, Ms. Masamoto, set forth with respect to the environmental benefits, but also a big objective is to get surface storage and to get storage into the system. And we need that. We need that because we need it as the population grows, as use changes, and I don't think there's anybody in this room, I'd be surprised if there were, that is denying the impact of climate change and what that means for our snowpack and the inherent storage that we've been relying on and the criticality of both surface storage and conveyance. So I'm hugely disappointed that this project's dropping out. I am not persuaded by a litany of complex agreements. That the project fell, I think, sort of, if the subtext is under its own weight because it was a difficult project. There are a lot of difficult projects. I've been doing difficult projects in this state for 30 years. And I will tell you, every project dies 1,000 deaths. The question is whether or not you make it fatal. And what you guys did in withdrawing from this program is you've taken a project out that this state has invested, probably in about a decade of time, valuable time and money to support. And unfortunately with WISIP, and I'm sympathetic to the comments made by Mr. Ortega and Ms. Rosini, it's very complicated to bring a project back in, to bring a new project in. We have certain limitations that are very real and restrictions in terms of project participation. I do have a question. So one of the things that I would ask staff to consider is, as we're looking at allocating new funds, I would like to have greater notice requirements and more frequent conversations with project proponents. If a project looks like it is not going to happen, I think because funding is inadequate or there is something that the project proponent believes is fatal vis-a-vis a commercial arrangement or quasi-commercial arrangement with a stakeholder, then I think that's an appropriate thing to bring to this commission. I do not believe, and I just want to be clear, we are not a permitting agency. We cannot adjudicate CEQA or anything else. There are proper forms for that. We are not that. But with respect to project viability, this is a form for that. And we're paying for that, in a sense. With, a specific, so that is a specific request to the commission staff. I am curious, one of the things that I note in looking at the report, and I'm not familiar with all the sources and uses of funds, but in addition to the money that we provided, or that we were committing through this project, it looks like you were also had appropriated $174 million from the feds. So I take it that that money has not been received and that money is no longer available to this project. Okay, so there, just to reflect, everybody's not in their head. I'll let you guys comment on that. So in terms of taxpayer money that was looking to support a project that would have benefited your water ratepayers, just to be clear, you're walking away from roughly $700 million. Understanding the project costs have gone up, but that the taxpayers, both federal and state, had committed, subject to meeting certain requirements, $750 million to this project over, through various complex public processes. And in a period of 3 or 4 months, without, a discussion with this commission, you all have made a determination to end this project. So I think I'll end my comments there. I would really like to know what the disposition and the status of the federal monies are and whether or not those monies are, not coming to California.
Oh, goodness. I can respond to part of the questions. You are correct. There was a federal allocation, appropriation, about $180 million for the public benefits associated with this project. And as you all have noted, the state's allocation to the public benefits of this project. So of the $1.6 billion current construction costs, about $900 million of that was coming from the local partners, and then the balance from state and federal sources. How the federal funding component is being reallocated, that I don't know, but that, just wanted to confirm the numbers that you were mentioning.
Thank you. Commissioner Solorio?
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments from my other colleagues, and the questions all good. And I think we're trying to round out a good overall discussion on this item. So rather than being redundant on some of the points brought up, what I want to comment about is, having worked at a retail water agency in South Orange County for a number of years, I know these kinds of projects are difficult, they're complex, they're not easy at the staff level or board level. Sometimes they're changing dynamics, finances, a number of issues, people come in and out, and then also relates to just the long time it takes to do a big project in California. And so unfortunately what happens with that, staff changes at the local level, board members change, and so a lot of this really just speaks to, and I know my good friend Mr. Curtin knows about this, streamlining and other kind of environmental reforms. It's hard to even sometimes talk about these things, let alone do them, especially here in California. But I think we got to continue to do that. In SoCal and LA, obviously, they're seeing that old infrastructure needs to be upgraded, that there always is room for storage and more redundancy. And so I am saddened that this project isn't moving forward, but I think it just kind of speaks to there's other modernizations that we need to make. And that includes on the policy level as well. So it's unfortunate. I think we would have wanted other decisions to come out of your local agencies, but it is what it is. I've asked staff if there's any resources that we maybe should think about sharing or possibly even clawing back. I think we're looking at all those things. I know staff was doing what they thought was the right thing and was following board policy. I'll just close too with, I think on our end too, as a commission and staff, and I've asked for this before, we got to get out in the communities. We shouldn't have been blindsided by this thing. The fact that we're all saying that we essentially knew nothing or very little about the change in the dynamic speaks about our intel capacity. And if these projects are significantly of importance to us, and I think they are. I think we need to figure out a little bit more on how to get involved locally. That begins to, and this speaks to what I was alluding to earlier, we got to get out and do more regional meetings. I know because of COVID, we slowed them down, and we've been talking more about that. I know with our new executive officer, she's renewed that interest, but that's something that I've been speaking to, including touring the project sites. You know, a year or two ago, we had a discussion about these projects and what kind of review should we do, and a few folks, myself included, saying, we got to get out to the sites. Part of the getting out to the sites is seeing the people, seeing the dynamics, and you know, maybe we do got to be careful about how we do that, absolutely, but I think that kind of just speaks to, you know, our level of engagement rather than just taking, you know, every document that we get from the local agencies and having that be the end-all be-all. So I think there's responsibility and work all around. I think this frees up resources, fortunately, for other projects, and so maybe we'll make other projects come alive because we still do have a handful of other projects that are still on the books, and we want to keep them on the books. And you know, maybe this decision will actually, you know, help the finances of another project or two, and bringing that project or several to reality and fruition. So I'm looking forward to that. But I'm positive and hoping that we'll learn from this and develop better best practices. And I appreciate the leaders from the various agencies that came up as general managers or other key stakeholders to speak, because I know it's not easy to come you know, before a group like this on a discussion item like this. So I really do appreciate you all coming forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Bland, you had your hand up before. Commissioner Moline, you have your hand up now.
My question was answered. Commissioner Curtin sort of touched on it, so I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I join my colleagues in appreciating you coming out to talk to the commission today, and a great deal of disappointment. This project seemed, of all the projects, one that was really moving forward strongly. And I think that, you know, as my colleagues have noted, there was $24 million of public money invested in where the project got to. And I think it's really important that there's some understanding and accountability and lessons learned on behalf of the other projects, so perhaps some of the same mistakes aren't made. I think one of the questions that I'd really like to understand more is looking at your presentation going back to May. You were given information that recalibrated a lot of the partners' feelings about the project, but I think that aligning that with what is the reporting that you did to this commission and to staff, are we missing something in what we're asking our partners, so that we aren't blindsided, you know, in another project, or that we're looking at solutions and things much earlier? Because from May to September, when your board met and started to talk about ways for you to dissolve this, I don't think we had any sense that was going on, and I think that's highly problematic. So looking at that, you know, getting a better understanding of, you know, where the funding went, the 24 million that was allocated, you know, what came out of that. And so I think that if we can work with you, hopefully in this project not going forward, we can do a better job in supporting and, you know, looking at the needs for the other projects that are going on, and with working to figure out how we can work with staff to get more of those questions answered really specifically would be incredibly helpful. And I would appreciate it if we had the opportunity to figure out the best possible way to continue that dialogue going forward. Thank you again for all of your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, as you know, I guess Mr. Curtin, Commissioner Curtin is looking to
I
talk
want to dig
again,
in one
and
more
so we
time,
will
and I
go ahead.
apologize for that. I don't normally take a lot of time at the commission, but I want to go back a little bit. When the bills were passed in 2014, it was also at the same time the development of the dual purpose of the Delta, that the environment has an equal claim on the water in the Delta that the human population has. In 2014, we passed this bond. In 2014, we passed the Sigma law. The complexity of that legislation was unbelievable here. There was a lot of opposition from everyone on many pieces of this legislation. It was a compromise. It's classic sausage. The people who use the water in the agricultural world were not at all interested in necessarily, and I'm being a little bit loose with the facts here, on the environmental side. They felt that the groundwater was there to use for the agricultural industry. And that fight was incredible. The legislation that came out was complex, but it was a major, major step forward. And I think the conversations you were mentioning, how the working together with environmentalists and industry was a result of that compromise. As complex and incomprehensible as it was, it did force everybody to the table. I want to just, in case anybody misunderstood what my position was on this, I don't think there's anybody at fault. I believe everybody came to this table well-intentioned. I think the commission has done everything as possibly, just correctly. I don't think anybody put in any barriers to getting this done, but the fundamental interest of the people involved, they decided. We couldn't have changed that decision, I don't believe. There's not something we could have done that said, oh, well, you're wrong about your financial analysis. So the problem is everybody came to this decision through their own self-interest, which is appropriate. That's what their jobs are. Putting all those self-interests together and finding a common ground, it fundamentally came down to money, and people made the decision that this is not of enough value. Is it bad for a local agency to say, I can get a groundwater project done for less money? I'm all for that. We're for that. The fundamental issue in California as we go forward in climate change is groundwater, certainly in the Central Valley. It's the #1 issue. I also want to raise a thought in the process. This commission should be reevaluating the nature of our water system. It was built in the 60s. It was brilliant. It was world class, still is, but it doesn't address the conditions of today. And this commission should be bringing people together all around the state, but particularly in where our water is most important. That's not appropriate. The Central Valley, the Delta. What would you do now to address the changing conditions? How would we collect the water that we will have? And my understanding from the original briefings that we got, and I'm not sure they're still the same, but it was warmer climate, but not less precipitation. Maybe more in certain cases. But that changes the whole nature of how we collect and use water. #1, get it into the ground. Since the snowpack will not be the #1 reservoir for us, the ground should be. That requires infrastructure. That requires, and the knowledge base is getting there. I mean, I keep hearing about paleo valleys and so on and so forth, where you can put the water in the ground and percolate down and so on and so forth. That's the #1 crisis. So I think the commission should be starting the process of saying, how do we change the water system we have now to address the climate that we are seeing in the future? I don't think anybody's at fault here. I really don't. I just sort of bemoan the fact that we got 115,000 acre-feet of water that we're not going to collect. I'm not saying any agency's not going to do better by this process or not. I'm curious about the original presentation we heard in the comments. Will that be a better way to collect water and put it in the ground? Yes, I'm sure, maybe, maybe not, but we'll look at that. But I want people to understand there's nobody in this process, I believe, that came at this with bad intent. Everybody's trying to do what's best for their agencies. That's something we need to sort out, and that's where I think this commission can play a role on maybe providing advice to policymakers. But let's bring it together and talk. Now I have two things. All of you give us your opinions, and we should go around and find out, people in the water world, what do they think the changes we're going to need to address the situation now, based on one of the world's greatest water projects, period. I mean, you know, the Egyptians may have done a great thing in their day. We did a great thing here, but it's not what we need now. Let's get the feedback on what we need now. How do we get the water from the Sierras into the ground? without flooding everybody in the process. Well, there we have it.
Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yeah, I had one more question because I do think this impacts other projects. It's just, and I welcome any of the parties to speak. Just what was the experience working with the Bureau of Reclamation? Because I know they're not present here, but they're an important partner in all of this, and I've been struggling to understand sort of the state, federal, local, regional relationship with reclamation and the degree to which we're getting cooperation and how deeply they've engaged in the collaboration to try to solve some of these things. So if anyone could shine some light on how progress was being made with reclamation, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Excellent question. The Bureau of Reclamation has partnered with the Contra Costa Water District to study this project for many, many years. And so they were very engaged in the technical studies and understanding of the project operations and in particular, the public benefits component that they were very involved and interested in. And some of the partners that are here today were instrumental in providing, kind of that knowledge sharing and kind of everybody learning how this project could work to deliver those kind of benefits together. So I would say they were very engaged. It's a complex project, as was noted. There are many of them. But yeah, they were progressing their discussions, and one of the list of agreements is an agreement with Reclamation that was getting into a position to begin negotiations of that as things were unfolding in late 2024.
I want to thank everybody. Mr. Ortega?
Yeah, I would echo Rachel McMurphy's. They extremely supportive. They showed us the money. They found $180 million. That was a critical component to actually making these water supplies come to fruition, delivering them to the refuge boundaries. I think there was potential future and additional investment that was being considered as well. So I think they were great partners, and again, appreciate all of their help.
I want to thank everyone for their comments. We, of course, are disappointed, but one of the things I think you've heard here is from all of the commissioners, a hope that we can find something out of what happened here and figure out what we need to adjust, if anything. I agree there's no fault here. Everyone hoped and wanted to be somewhere else other than where they are at the moment. But I do think that this is one of those opportunities and points of time, and I think all the commissioners agree in this from their comments, for us to perhaps sit back and figure out some listening of what worked, what didn't work, what we can adjust, what we don't have the ability to adjust, but maybe have the ability to talk to people, and to keep moving forward on these projects. And we appreciate the offer that you've made to participate in that kind of conversation if we're able to have it. So, and I know that staff will be talking with us about this. So thank you for your comments and for your presentation today. And we hope that when we come knocking on your door, you'll continue to want to talk to us if we're able to do that. So we are now at noon, so I'm going to take a momentary break here for us to determine how we're going to move forward at this on the next item and what our timing's going to be. So we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Oh, boy.
We're now going to move on to agenda item 12, which is an action item, and we have an annual review of the State Water Project. Water Section 165 requires the Commission to conduct an annual review of the construction and operation of the State Water Project and to report its findings and recommendations to the Director of the Department of Water Resources and the State Legislature. Public Information Officer Paul Cambra will now present the draft 2024 State Water Project Annual Review for Commission consideration and approval. Mr. Cambra?
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So in addition to the statutory obligation, Goal 5 of the Commission's new 5-year strategic plan, in addition to continuing to receive briefings and producing this report, we also want to work to improve the public's understanding of the decision-making within the State Water Project and to create accountability by using the findings and recommendations from the report to guide briefings the following year. So today, I'm going to walk you through the findings and recommendations that we made, and then you'll have the opportunity to approve the report as it is, or with some modifications, or to request that I make revisions and return with a new draft at an upcoming meeting. So if we could go on to the next slide. So this year we had 5 State Water Project briefings spread over the year. In those briefings, DWR made 9 presentations on various topics. They also provided updates on current operations 4 times throughout the year. And we had a presentation in November from the state climatologist talking about what we might expect in water year 2025. So next slide. I'm sorry, go back a little ahead of myself there. Okay. So State Water Project's new strategic plan is called Elevate to 28. It's called that because it's a 5-year plan that was implemented in 2023. And its 5 goals were explained in the first briefing of 2024. And the ones that followed throughout the year are shown here alongside which goal they would fall under. So for example, goal 1 is to advance an industry-leading safety culture. So one of the briefings covered employee safety. Goal 2 is to be the employer of choice. Goal 3 is to accelerate adaptation and strengthen resiliency for a changing climate. Goal 4 is to promote awareness of the State Water Project's significance. And Goal 5 is to optimize infrastructure, financial integrity, and operations. Now you may go to the next slide. So as for the findings, we had 9 findings. That in 2024, DWR operated the State Water Project to provide water supply to meet minimum health and safety needs, meet environmental needs to protect endangered species, to conserve water storage to meet future critical needs, provide downstream flood risk reduction, and deliver water based on the priority of water rights. It also responded to the above-average precipitation and snowpack conditions, capturing and storing stormwaters and increasing storage in its reservoirs. And next slide. The DWR reduced the number of sensitive fish species being trapped in State Water Project pumping facilities as they traverse through the Sacramento River and the Delta by diverting them away from the pumps using a non-physical bioacoustic fish fence. It also advanced an industry-leading safety culture among its employees with training, practices, and resources to reduce risks in the workplace. And next slide. DWR created a workplace strategy plan for workforce development to assess recruitment and retention methods and expand employee programs to create a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive work environment. It also improved long-term project planning to anticipate and adapt to climate change, and it apprised the Commission of its financial goals, the State Water Project budget, and cost projections, indicating that its 2024 approved budget was $1.031 billion, which included operations and capital costs. Okay, sorry, looking for my findings. Okay, DWR prioritized infrastructure repair, replacement, and maintenance projects by using a risk matrix that gauged the potential severity of consequences of not doing a project or activity. It also informed the commission about key construction activities undertaken in the past year to manage and maintain the project, including the Lake Paris Emergency Release Facility, the Big Knox Fish Passage, the Chips Island Tidal Habitat Restoration Project, as well as physical security upgrades in the Southern Field Division. So now we'll move on to the recommendations, which we have 6 of. The Commission recommends that DWR maintain open and transparent communication with the Commission, state, local, and federal agencies, interested parties, and the public as they prepare the state water project for water year 2025. We recommend they implement a workforce strategy plan to attract and retain skilled replacements as 1/3 of the water sector workforce approaches retirement. Commission recommends that they move boldly and swiftly to incorporate natural and innovative infrastructure solutions to address challenges associated with climate change, including completion of the climate adaptation plan and implementation of interim action projects to mitigate subsidence in the aqueduct. We also recommend they accelerate operational changes that allow the project to better address extreme hydrology, such as forecast-informed reservoir operations, subseasonal ridging forecast, snow surveys, and downstream river stage forecast models. And we recommend they work in conjunction with state water project contractors to capture excess storm waters and runoff to refill reservoirs and recharge groundwater basins. And when briefing the Commission, to include high-level information on the topic, explain its importance and what it is meant to achieve, and how it relates to other priorities of the administration and/or DWR strategic plan. So, going back to Goal 5 of our strategic plan, to create accountability by using the findings and recommendations from the report to guide briefings the following year. This year, we hope to have briefings that cover optimizing infrastructure, accelerating adaptation, strengthening resiliency for climate change, the climate adaptation plan, forecast-informed reservoir operations, the budget process and financial report, and an overview of Delta infrastructure. Now, typically we have the 2024 water and power stats, but this meeting came a little bit early in the month. They're not going to be here until I think the end of this week, but we have numbers through November with December's projected into the totals. And so there was 1.95 million acre feet of water delivered. As compared to last year, there's 3.41 million. Remember, last year was a really big water year. 40% allocation this year, as opposed to 100% last year. And as far as power generated, 4,076 gigawatt hours generated and 5,550 gigawatt hours used. So the net needed to be acquired was 1,474 gigawatt hours. So in the stats that go back to 2000, that last number has been as high as 4,600 in 2017, which is a big water year, and as low as 543 gigawatt hours in 2022. So at this point, you can either approve the report as it is written, or with suggested modifications, or request that staff make revisions and return with a new draft at an upcoming meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Canberra. The report is, the annual review report is very extensive and contains an enormous amount of information and terminology for people who may have forgotten what some of those terms mean, but they're relevant to everything that we do. So thank you for the presentation. Is there any comment on this item?
I have not received any requests for in-person comment on this item, and allowing just a moment for any Zoom comments. And I do not see any raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. We'll now close the comment period and turn to commissioner discussion. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? This is your opportunity for expressing concerns, asking questions, making requests for additional information, or request additional follow-up from presentations. Commissioners can engage staff, presenters, or commenters. Any comments from commissioners? Commissioner Curtin?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I couldn't go through it all, but I went through a lot of it. It's, as always, quite impressive. A couple of things struck me, though. The 2022 to 2023
Right.
were like the extremes on both ends. which is something we're going to be getting pretty used to, the way I understand it. And I looked through the long-term drought portion, and it said hotter and drier. And I wanted to get a clarification on that, because the original kind of briefings we got on this were hotter, but not necessarily drier. So is that based on more analysis, or is that just was part of the rhetoric of the issue on drought?
Commissioner Curtin, so that is linked to some of the information that's included in the governor's water supply strategy. It also came up through our drought conversations that precipitation, might not change the level of precip. However, things will be hotter, and there are atmospheric forces that occur that lead to drying.
Okay, I understood. Understood.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't clear, but it makes a lot of sense, and especially in our Sierras. But it also leads to the kind of natural and whatever infrastructure needs that we have to deal with here. So that was what I was getting at. I mean, there's no coordination, and I'm not saying with anybody here, but industry-wide, we've had traumatic changes in the timber industry in California. And it used to be 400 mills in California, and they probably were cutting down trees inappropriately. Now we're lucky if we have 40, and trees aren't getting dealt with, and there's a tremendous tree die-off. I remember Jerry Brown declared a tree mortality emergency. It's much more than we can handle to actually clear this up. And the interesting thing about LA, which is dreadful, but these kind of fires have been happening for however many years now. Dramatic, the greatest, largest forest fires, they just haven't been in the urban areas, or at least that interface. So we got a big charge ahead of us. I'm pretty interested in all the infrastructure conversations that you're going to be having.
Commissioner Mackler?
Thank you, Mr. Camera. Great report as always. Since Commissioner Curtin had it open, and I don't know if it's possible to put up on the screen, but page 4 I think is super instructive, and there's a table there that shows, from 20 through 24, water delivered in acre feet, allocation, power generated, power used, and net power acquired. And one of the things that I'll note, just as you look at this, and this isn't necessarily scientific, it's probably distinctly not scientific, this is more observational, more years of 5% allocation than 100% allocation during this period of time. I mean, these are extreme swings, not just the year to year, but just if you look at the period. The other thing that is notable, and so this I think goes to the last part of our discussion, which is just the importance of storage. Storage is critical. Storage is, in my parlance, it's a capacity option, and for all of us, it's insurance, right? And storage investment, we're talking something physical, and we need that. The other thing that I'll note is look at the swing in power usage in a gigawatt hour standpoint. Just in terms of just the very last, 22 to 23. It purchased a net, 543 gigawatts, so 543,000 megawatts. And then the next year it's, 4,000 gigawatt hours. I mean, that's a big swing. And what does that mean for the electric system and the need for capacity that is available to meet that demand? Like it has to come from somewhere, some other use, or it has to be available. So, in talking, and this is, the California Water Project is amazing. It is amazing. There are a lot of really complex parts to it. And I think that just looking at this, 24-year pitch or with these indications, again, it's not scientific, but it just shows you like the variability. I mean, we're not talking about 3% a year, 3% this way. We're talking big swings. This is a big, complex option problem at the least, But more fundamentally, it's an infrastructure problem. It requires a great deal of investment, and I am concerned about underinvestment in this space. So Paul, or Mr. Canberra, as usual, great report. Thank you, great presentation. But this is a good slide to just folks to meditate on, if I can use a Berkeley term. So
It's like a tag team over here. I have another question. Or comment.
Commissioner Curtin?
Thank you. I am also very pleased to read the subsidence questions. Could you just give me a feel? This is, again, mission critical in terms of agriculture, groundwater, blah, blah, blah. How, are there like critical nodes in the conveyance, in the canal system that are looking like they might be more and more? I mean, this would be the critically overdrafted sub-basins, or whatever they call them. Are they actually on the on the canal process or near to the canals? And it's mentioned in here undermining the canals, but it's more fundamental than that. But that's important for us because you know, once they go down, it takes a lot to fix them.
He pointed out certain sections of the canal that they're pinpointing and working on first because of that.
Okay.
I don't have the report in front of me, but
Good.
yeah.
Okay. I'd like to touch bases on that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Do I have a motion to approve the report?
So moved.
Moved by Curtin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Matsumoto. And I didn't see your hands up, so on the remote commissioner, so I didn't mention I was be calling on you, but I didn't see hands up. So, Ms. Mulya, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Curtin?
Yes.
Commissioner Mackler?
yes.
Commissioner Matsumoto?
Yes.
Commissioner Mullen?
Yes.
Commissioner Solario?
Yes.
Commissioner Steiner?
Yes.
Motion passes.
So does commission staff have any final thoughts on this item? All right, we'll now move on to agenda item 13, which is closed session. The commission will hold a closed session pursuant to Government Code 11126, small e, to confer with and receive advice from its legal counsel regarding the following pending litigation: Conaway Preservation Group LLC versus California Department of Water Resources, California Water Commission et al., Yolo County Superior Court case number CV024-3069. Petition was filed November 22, 2024. Do we have any public comment on this item before we go into closed session?
I have not received any requests for in-person public comment on this item, and at this time, I do not see any raised hands on Zoom.
The closed session will be followed by a commissioner training and lunch session. The meeting is expected to resume with agenda item 14 at 1:45 to 2 p.m. And no items will be heard prior to the time we return. We will now break for closed session.
Let me just clarify that. No items are going to be heard before the time that Commissioner Steiner just stated. Thank you.
Waves on the river flow, whispers of the tides below, heartbeats of the ancient sea. Water's breath sets us free. Storm clouds break the sky apart, thunder echoes in my heart. Streams of life run wild and free. Water soul, our destiny. Every drop a tale to tell. Life springs from the deepest well. Waves that crash against the stone. Water's tune, we're not alone. Morning mist upon the land. Water's touch on softest sand. Rivers carve their own new path. Silent witness to our wrath. In the quiet of the night, moonlight on the water's side. Ancient tales in silence lie. Whispers of the lullaby. Every drop a tale to tell. Life springs from the deepest well. Waves that crash against the stone. on the river flow, whispers of the tides below, heartbeats of the ancient sea. Water's breath sets us free. Storm clouds break the sky apart, thunder echoes in my heart. Streams of life run wild and free. Water soul, our destiny. Every drop a tale to tell. Life springs from the deepest well. Waves that crash against the stone. Water's tune, we're not alone. Morning mist upon the land. Water's touch on softest sand. Rivers carve their own new path. Silent witness to our wrath. In the quiet of the night, moonlight on the water's side. Ancient tales in silence lie. Whispers of the lullaby. Every drop a tale to tell. Life springs from the deepest well. Waves that crash against the stone.
I'd like to welcome you back to the commission meeting. The commission met in closed session. There is nothing to report out, and we're now going to resume with item 14. Update on engagement numbers, near-term actions, and planning. We did take action in the closed session, but there is nothing that we will be reporting based on what was done.
So, Commissioner Steiner, the action taken in closed session was to direct counsel to work with the Attorney General's office.
All right. And now we're going to do, actually, we're going to skip to what's item 15 on the agenda, which is our legislative update, which has been postponed from a prior appointment, and so we thank you for coming back and being here again. Department of Water Resources Deputy Director for Legislative Affairs, Casey Shimmick, will provide the status of selection of bills highlighting water-related legislation being tracked by the Department of Water Resources.
Good afternoon. I'm Casey Shimke, Deputy Director for Legislative Affairs with the Department of Water Resources. I want to give you a little bit of information about this new legislative session that has just begun. Talk a little bit about the bills that we saw and were tracking last year through the 2024 session, and talk a little bit about just what we're seeing, what's happening in the current status of things. If I may start with just a little reminder of the calendar. So we are just starting the first year of a 2-year legislative session. New members and all members for this session were sworn in December, and the legislature is back here in January in earnest as the work began. The governor just released the 2025-26 budget last week, which is then part of a great deal of the task that is going to be reviewed by the legislature over the next couple of months. One of those items actually was in the budget proposal was the Prop 4 funding to the Water Commission relating to the Water Storage Investment Program. That the Prop 4 provided some additional funding for that, so I know you're going to have some interest watching that process, excuse me, as it moves forward. Through February, March, and April, we're going to have policy committee hearings on proposed legislation. We've obviously don't have a full list of bills for the 2025 year yet. The deadline for that is mid-February, I believe 21st of February is the deadline for bill introductions. So we've still got a bit of time, and we'll see a full scope of what has been proposed and what the department ends up reviewing, what the commission has an interest in, and I'm very happy to come back and talk about those bills as we move through the process as well. Moving to the document you have on the screen, this is the outcomes of legislation from last year. This identifies several that resulted in vetoes, those that were signed. I'm going to kind of step through some of them and talk broadly. If I could actually just ask that you see the two vetoes here, if we could advance the screen one. And I have two other bills vetoed. And again, these are just bills that our department tracked through the process, made it all the way through. I want to say a little bit, that's unusual to have 4 vetoes of bills that have made it through the process all the way through the legislative efforts and to the governor. And I have to say, quite truthfully, it reflected, and the governor's veto statements reflected the money, the fiscal impacts that the state was dealing with, and that we continue to deal with. So I find that as an interesting little tidbit, because it was significant. Like I said, we have 4 that we were looking at the end. There were many, many, many more in other issue areas.
Could I ask while we're going through, Madam Commissioner, because I can't keep track after it's all done, I forgot. But these are bills that you were not asking to be vetoed necessarily.
Right, exactly.
That's what I'm getting at.
Exactly. So these were bills that, we don't necessarily weigh in on all bills. These are just ones that were related to subjects that either directly relating to water, relating to state agency actions, largely talking infrastructure. So this is in the list of ones that our department reviews. But to your point, yeah, the veto messages on these were really focused on the budget and the out-year impacts of that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to ask that we move back to the first page again, because I think one of those to talk about here is the first one, SB 366 by Senator Caballero, relating to the California Water Plan and updating the water plan and its efforts, including some additional targets. Water supply targets based on population, based on needs, looking at some new additional revamping of resetting, level setting of where we are as a state, looking at our water supplies and our water needs broadly. That one, we worked, our department, and I know the State Water Resources Control Board worked with the author's office on whatever concerns we may have had on some of the policies. I feel like we got to a place that policy was not an issue. That one, unfortunately, was just, it had an ongoing $10 million a year cost between multiple agencies for a period of time. And that was just an unfortunate place for us to be. So, we are looking internally at the water plan. We're going to be working with the sponsors of the legislation and obviously the author's office if she chooses to do something, follow up on that. But again, I'm pointing that out because to me it's an interesting situation to be in where these were not policy issues; these were issues of truly dealing with fiscal impacts. So, as I have laid out here, water management broadly. We have obviously usually several bills relating to flood management that we track on an annual basis. One of the key ones was SB 586 relating to San Joaquin County and their ability to achieve urban level of flood protection for pieces of their community, and ultimately giving them an extension of time period by which they must achieve that 200-year level of flood protection. So that was the one bill I would point out to that. Groundwater is also something that we've talked about a lot recently, and there were several bills relating to that. AB 828 would have said groundwater used for managed wetlands and as a water supply for disadvantaged communities is not, when you have a groundwater agency managing a basin, those are not treated essentially the same as other users, so that they are not given a across-the-board cut if that is what is called for the basin to reach a sustainable level. It would have called out those two elements as exempt from that treatment from a groundwater sustainability agency, yes. On that note, I will say, this is one where the veto message said, in looking at this, it was really an issue of, do we want to start looking at the sigma as, where are the changes going to happen? Do we want to, what the term was used, open this up for amendment at this point? And I really think that was a situation where that was a decision that, this was not the time, to look at that. So just pointing that one out also. Obviously, the bottom one on the list, SB 867, is the bill that put Proposition 4 on the ballot. That was passed by the voters in November. I'm going to actually move us to the third page now.
I hate to say this, I have a question on that particular bill.
Go ahead.
So I've heard that in Prop 4, and Laura, you may know about this, there's like, what, 75 million allocated to the state, to our WISP plan?
Mm-hmm.
And in there, it says that if that money is to be reallocated because somebody drops out of the program, it can't go to, I mean, there's a caveat around that money that it has to go to another WISP program. Are you familiar with that, and is that correct?
We are looking into the implications of the language in Prop 4 for the WISP program, and we will be bringing it to the Commission next month to talk about how to utilize that funding.
It doesn't relate to our money, though, through the original Prop 1 program.
It's additional funding for the water
So
storage
that
investment
additional
program.
money has to come back to a WISP project, but it doesn't say that about what we're doing with the money. Do you know what I'm saying? With the bond money that are allocating now, it doesn't say that about that money. It just says it about the Prop 4 bond. Okay.
It cannot change Proposition 1.
Okay.
It cannot change the language in Proposition 1.
And we do have the authority, if we're wild and crazy, to go to another project if that's sort of, we don't have to do it within the WISP program. We can put somebody else in. Okay.
Yeah, we will discuss further next month.
All right, good.
Glad I could help. Again, if I could direct us to page 3 of the slide. The second one, let's go one more. There we go. This page and the next page, I thought it was also important to highlight for you all, these bills failed passage, so they did not even make it to the governor for final action. And it also reflects, the items that we track and we pay attention to through the process. So everything from the top one, SB 1073, relating to low carbon cement and concrete, to SB 1088 was actually trying to deal with some small communities where it was sponsored from came out of the Tahoe area, where the water agencies have inherited legacy water systems that don't meet some of the, ironically, the fire standards. Their fire mains for fire hydrants are not large enough, and so they need to do some upgrades, but not having a location necessarily to look for some of the funding. So that was an interesting piece of legislation that was being considered that didn't make it through the process. So we'll see how that plays out in the future. There's several bills dealing with water use, so urban retail water suppliers, water and tracking emergency water supplies. SB 1218 there on the list was really trying to figure out if a local agency has done due diligence, has done planning, has looked at their ability and their desire to have emergency water supplies. I think they were really trying to push when can we use that emergency supplies in lieu of potential cuts like we saw in past drought scenarios where agencies were asked to take mandatory reductions in water use. So that was another piece of interesting legislation that was being tracked. The last one on this page, SB 1373, the water data dashboard, was really looking at tracking water use, what agencies have what water information, reservoir storage, kind of a real-time database is what they were looking at. And I think that one ultimately suffered from some of the costs within the legislature's actions. It suffered from some of the costs. The second one on this final page, AB 2079, was actually a bill sponsored by the Department of Water Resources. We were working with Assemblymember Bennett, working to try and figure out a mechanism to address subsidence and impacts to groundwater wells from new well construction. So the idea was to deal with if you are drilling a new well of a certain diameter size or greater, having some requirements on minimum spacing so that you are not affecting other wells and or users. And it actually included a prohibition on new wells in areas that had experienced a certain level of subsidence over a short period of time. So this was a piece of legislation that we were looking at, attempting to address an issue. It ultimately failed passage in the policy committee and did not move forward. I think there was opposition that was really looking at, is this there was a desire to make sure that this was the best way to go about doing that. I think there was some concerns of unintended consequences by some of the opposition. And I think ultimately there were some concerns about, is there a more comprehensive way of doing that, which might include additional state costs? Like I said, there's a number of different issues there, and ultimately that failed passage. I don't want to go through all of these bill by bill. I just wanted to give you an idea. These are the types of bills we're looking at. I am always happy to provide follow-up, if there are follow-up questions, provide that information. But I do like to show you all what passed, what else we were looking at. There is a breadth of bills and subject matters that we all do track. Having said that, as I said earlier, bill introductions are currently happening for the current year. When we see a final list, when we see a final grouping of bills that are moving forward, very happy to come back and share those with all of you and have a discussion. And obviously I'm sorry?
We've got you on the docket already.
Great. And as you mentioned, you have a presentation relating to the budget side of things. I'm happy to share any information our office has and provide that should there be follow-up questions. So, or if you have questions now, I'm happy to answer them too.
Well, the way you divided these up was interesting and helpful, I think, to follow all the bills as to in calling out what's vetoed or not vetoed, and of course the budget is a huge issue, and with tiny little ray of light there, but not, just very tiny. Do we have any public comment on this issue?
I have not received any requests for in-person public comment on this item, and allowing just a moment for any comments via Zoom. And I do not see any raised hands on Zoom.
All right, then we'll close the comment period and turn to commissioner discussion. Do any commissioners?
I don't know if Ty's there. So I do have one more question. Did you say 2079, that was you sponsored that, Bill?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we were working on that. We were working with the author. We were working with multiple interested parties who were both in support and opposed. And I think it really just identified there is some complexity, and we were just not able. We were not able to come to. There's a lot of complexity on groundwater, but even on this one issue, there was complexity we were not able to come to agreement on, and it ultimately failed. Yeah.
And we go.
I wasn't sure if I heard you indicating that you were the sponsor on 388. That's the Caballero bill.
I believe this is Commissioner Bland talking.
Yes, I'm sorry.
366, the first one I talked about.
366, I'm sorry.
No, we were not sponsoring that. We were working very closely with the author's office and the actual sponsors of the legislation.
Who was the sponsor?
It actually was a
coalition?
A coalition of groups that were dealing with it. So I can provide the specifics. Yeah.
So Commissioner Solario?
Yes, thank you. Kudos for all your great work, and the governor, I think, has been very successful in moving key pieces of legislation and initiative effectively throughout the process over the years. As we look at his remaining time on the water side, are there 2-3 big legislative priorities that he still has for the next year or so? And then include in that what kind of activity related to the large conveyance project?
So with regard to future legislative priorities, I mean, obviously, I don't have a specific list of where we might go in.
Okay.
To the larger priorities, I mean, I don't think I would be out of line to say. Obviously, the governor has been very supportive of the Delta Conveyance project, both redirecting the department to review from the previous 2-tunnel option to a single tunnel. And then moving forward with our environmental impact report and efforts on that. Obviously, we are all in the water world looking at the Water Board's Delta Water Quality Control Plan effort and the Healthy Rivers effort that has been kind of pushed forward as an option to meet some of the same goals therein. That is a priority that has been conveyed as well, and I think the governor has been very out front on just infrastructure and updating infrastructure needs broadly. So
if you gets those things done, that's awesome.
Beyond that, I wouldn't want to start running down a complete list, but I think those are well
that's fantastic.
within.
And we appreciate you coming back. We love reviewing your presentations and hearing you in person and the regularity of it. So thank you so much.
Great.
All right, we thank you for your presentation and for coming back. We look forward to seeing you again. We know subsidence is in there, we know groundwater's in there, but we'll expect to hear from you again in a few months, and you're on our calendar already. For the record, item 14, it has update on engagement numbers, near-term actions and planning has been deferred to the next meeting in February. So that brings us to consideration of items for the next California Water Commission meeting. The next meeting is currently scheduled for Wednesday, February 19, 2025, when the Commission will host the first state water project briefing of 2025, receive our monthly update on the water storage investment program, discuss options for utilizing any return WISIP funding, hear updates on the Harvest Water Program and Kern Fan Conjunctive Use Program, and receive an early funding request from the project proponents of the Kern Fan Program. Is there any comment on this item?
There is no in-person comment on this item, and I am not seeing any raised hands on Zoom.
Any questions or comments from commissioners who are here? From our remote commissioners? And so everybody understands when we call on the commissioners, we've got commissioners to my right and commissioners to my left, and we're very fair here, so we do a right, we do a left, and a right, and a left.
And then
until
online.
we have none left, and you're one of the lefts, so. No, I'm the moderator. I'm the moderate in the middle, so that people understand that there is a rhyme or reason for which commissioners are called on. We also are ensuring that every commissioner has a chance to speak, and so we will limit the number of questions and then come back around to the commissioner again if they have further questions. And also, we do have computers in front of us, and we are looking at our screens as we are looking at items and reviewing the documents that are being presented and looking back at documents so that people don't wonder why we're sometimes looking down when you're there talking. So I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for those who have participated in our meeting today, and we look forward to seeing you again in February.
Thank you.